keeper. Yeah. A lot of room out there. It's got three, right? Ah, too flat. Yeah. Short. Yeah, he may have got one there. Short. Three. Might, three might hold. Three in a minute. That ain't bad. Five home runs in the season. Ah, short. Yeah. Uh-huh. Too tight. Okay. I didn't say anything.
So you're not going to say anything during this?
I didn't.
Oh, okay.
And welcome in, everybody. We are live at the Minority Baseball Prospects Final College Showdown at Patterson Field in Montgomery, Alabama. Glad you could join us for our coverage on Minority Prospects TV. Charles Ward here with an exciting afternoon or evening of all-star baseball coming your way, where it'll be the Division II SIAC All-Star Team meeting the NAIA HBCU Athletic Conference All-Star Team, and this should be a wonderful and exciting matchup of quality baseball players. A total of 40 players, 20 on each team on the all-star teams in this contest between the SIAC and the HBCUA athletic conferences. And these teams and players are going to be really putting on a wonderful show for you tonight, both on the mound, in the field, and at the plate. So hold on to your seats. This one should be a good one as we get set for baseball action from Patterson Field here in Montgomery, Alabama. So glad you could join us for the coverage. Charles Ward here. We'll take a look at the starting pitchers. Of course, all of these pitchers in the rotation will get a chance here in this all-star ball game. But for the HBCUA all-star team, it'll be on the mound for them Christopher Nunez, the sophomore from Southern University at New Orleans, Laredo, Texas native. He will start the All-Star contest with an ERA of 4.16 coming into this All-Star ball game. On the regular season, he finished at 5-3 on 11 appearances for the Knights of Southern University. During the course of that season, 62 2/3 inning pitched by Nunez. And a good job for him on the mound, only giving up 199 batting averages to the defending teams as he climbed his way through HBCUA play. For the all-star team from the SIAC, they will go with Jalen Ryans. Ryans named to the SIAC All-Tournament team for his work during the SIAC tournament. The redshirt senior from Miles College from Waco, Texas. So two Texas natives going at it to start this all-star ball game. Ryans, 16 appearances on the regular season, 6-5 on the hill for the Golden Bears of Miles College. 84 2/3 innings worked by Ryans for the Golden Bears of Miles College, who put on a phenomenal show inside the SIAC tournament. And winning that tournament was Edward Waters. And for the HBCUA All-Star teams, the winning team coming out of their tournament were the Tornadoes of Talladega College, and they are well represented here tonight in this clash between the SIAC and the HBCUAC conference in this all-star matchup. Take a look at the starting lineups for both teams. We'll start with the all-star team from the HBCUA Athletic Conference. They will shape it up this way. We'll talk about their defense momentarily, but at the plate, leading them off, it'll be Caleb Gilner. Gilner will play out in center field. He will bat first out of Wiley University. He'll be followed by Robert Cage. Cage at shortstop. He will be batting in the second spot, and Cage out of Stillman College will bat two. Joe Mendy from Wilberforce University will bat in the third spot, and Mendy will play second base for the HBCUA All-Star team. He'll be followed by Armando Jose Jackson from Talladega College. We just mentioned them. They are the three back-to-back winners of the HBCUA conference with the win just a couple of weeks there. And Armando Jose Jackson just won the Final Showdown Home Run Derby just before this ball game started. And he won it in fine fashion with a walk-off in the final round of it. Each batter had 3 swings at it. Robert Robinson from Morehouse College couldn't get one out on his 3 swings, and Jackson on the third swing able to push it out of the park, and he claims the Home Run Derby championship for this year. And he will bat, as we referenced, fourth in the HBCUA lineup. He'll be followed by Ivan Del Villar. Villar will play first base, and he'll bat in the fifth spot, followed by Kyron Cole. Cole from Russ College. He will bat sixth, and he will play third base. Mikey Lewis from Dillard University will follow Cole in the order. Lewis from Dillard University will occupy right field, and he will bat seventh in the lineup, followed by Shepard from Southern University of New Orleans. Kyle will play left field, and he will bat out of that lineup in that spot, followed by Elliot Shepard. Shepard will be the designated hitter, and Shepard from Philander Smith University, and, of course, Nunez on the mound. So that's Gilner, Cage, Mendy, followed by Jose Jackson, Del Villar, Cole, then Lewis, Shepard, and then Shepard. Those are the players in the starting lineup for the All-Stars of the historically black college and university athletic conference. And, of course, we'll see everybody on their roster during the course of this ball game. Now, the starting lineup for the All-Stars from the SIAC, it'll be Jaquez Akins batting first from Benedict College, and Akins will play center field. Then it'll be the Savannah State University second baseman Johan Sandoval. He'll bat second in the lineup for the SIAC All-Stars. Then Robert Johnson Jr., R.J. Robinson will be the designated hitter. He plays for Morehouse College, and he will bat third. Then Jose Medina from Benedict College. Medina will play first base, and he will bat fourth in their lineup, followed by Aaron Shivers. Shivers from Albany State. He'll be out in left field, and he will bat fifth. Emory Stevens, also from Albany State, will follow his teammate Shivers in the lineup, and he will bat sixth. Then Ryan Campbell from Kentucky State. He will play right field and bat seventh in the lineup. Then Johnny Lyons from Miles College. He will be at third base. He will bat eighth in their lineup. And then it'll be Antoine Jackson from Miles College as well. He will play behind the dish, and he will bat ninth in the lineup. And Jalen Ryans, the pitcher from Miles College, he will be on the hill for them. So it's Ryans versus Nunez. And for the All-Star team from the SIAC, the lineup again, Akins, Sandoval, Robinson. Then Medina, Shivers, Stevens, Campbell, Lyons, followed by Jackson. And those are the batters in the order for the SIAC All-Star team. So just about set to begin action here. Glad you could join us for the coverage for the Minority Baseball Prospects Final College Showdown. We're live from historic Patterson Field here in Montgomery, Alabama. Joint effort between Minority Baseball Prospects and the city of Montgomery to make this event possible. A day of activities here as a part of this Minority Baseball Prospects Final College Showdown. Things started here on Thursday with a welcome and educational symposium sponsored by Crime Stoppers. Then a full day of activity today from 9 a.m. to 1:30. They had the Montgomery Rehab Scholarship Public Schools Field Trip and Pro Showcase from 9 to 1:30. And that was followed by a youth camp, a clinic that was actually taking place right here at Patterson Field before the Home Run Derby and before this All-Star game gets started. So it's wonderful to have the young kids from the Montgomery area participating in the clinics that was provided by the players from both All-Star teams and the coaches from each team, and just support all the way around for Minority Baseball Prospects and its efforts within the community. Home Run Derby just taking place before we get set for first pitch in this All-Star ball game. It was an exciting Home Run Derby. Featured 7 players from both rosters, and really came down to one final swing by Armando Jose Jackson from Talladega to win it in that final swing off with Robert Robinson from Morehouse College. So if you missed that Home Run Derby, you'll see a lot of action here inside of this All-Star ball game. But it was certainly a good start, a good tip-off to baseball action that's just ahead here as we continue coverage of this All-Star ball game. Full rosters being introduced here to the crowd at Patterson Field, and rightfully so. Everybody on that roster, quality players for their teams throughout the course of the year, and it's really kind of a coin toss as to who actually starts these All-Star ball games. But you will see all of these players participating in the contest. Coaching staff for the All-Star teams for HBCUAC Conference, it's Kirby Marshall. He'll serve as head coach. Coaches regularly at Dillard during the course of the regular season. His assistants will be Rashard Webster, head coach at Stillman College. John Bates, the head coach at Rust. Marcos Dominguez, the head coach of the conference winner Tornadoes of Talladega. And Olin Parker, the head coach of the Knights of Southern University at New Orleans. So that's the brain trust for the HBCUAC All-Star team. And on the other dugout, it'll be Antonio Grissom, head coach of the Maroon Tigers of Morehouse College, coaching the All-Star team from the SIAC. Coach Grissom doing a wonderful job with this squad, going deep into the SIAC tournament just a week ago. And he will be the head coach for this All-Star contest. He'll be assisted by Milton Barney from Miles College, Trennis Grant from Clark Atlanta, and Chadwick Hall from Tuskegee University, the brain trust for the SIAC All-Stars. Format for this All-Star game changing a little bit for minority baseball prospects. In the past, it was more kind of a championship series, if you will, with two teams from each conference participating. But this year, scaled down to just one all-star makeup from one conference and the other makeup from the other, with just a one-ball game here on this Friday. And we're glad you're here as a part of it. Representing HBCUA teams in this all-star contest: Dillard University Blue Devils, Philander Smith University, they're the Panthers; Rusk College Bearcats, Southern University at New Orleans Knights, Stillman College Tigers, Talladega College Tornadoes, Voorhees University Tigers, Wilberforce University Bulldogs, and the Wildcats of Wiley University. Those teams all represented here with players in this all-star matchup. For the SIAC, Albany State Golden Rams represented here, the Tigers of Benedict College, Panthers of Clark Atlanta, Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State, then the Dragons of Lane College, Golden Bears of Miles College, Maroon Tigers of Morehouse College, Tigers of Savannah State University, and the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee University. All of those schools with players represented here in this all-star matchup. And if you noticeably missed the fact that we didn't mention anybody from Edward Waters University, that's because they won the SIAC title and they are representing their school and the conference in postseason play. So that team not represented here, and certainly would have been had that opportunity presented itself and they had not gone on to win the SIAC title. So we wish them best of luck as we continue to unfold our coverage of this all-star matchup. Take a look at the leather now for the all-star team from the HBCUA Athletics Conference. They'll shape it up this way. On the mound, it'll be Christopher Nunez, the pitcher from Southern University at New Orleans. Behind the plate, Armando Jose Jackson from Talladega. And from right to left in the infield at first base, Ivan Del Villar. He'll occupy first base, and he's from Wiley University. Joe Mendy from Wilberforce will play second base. Robert Cage from Stillman College, he'll be at shortstop. Kyron Cole from Rust will be at third, and in the outfield, going left to right for the HBCU AC All-Stars is Kyle Shepard out in left from the Southern University of New Orleans. Caleb Gilner from Wiley University out in center field, and Mikey Lewis from Dillard University. He will be out in right field. Now, for the All-Stars of the SIAC, they'll shape it up this way when they get out in the field. Behind the plate, it'll be Antoine Jackson doing the catching from Miles College. And it's a teammate that he's familiar with in terms of catching during the regular season. Jalen Rhines from Miles College will start on the mound. And in the infield for the SIAC All-Star team, going left to right at third, it'll be a Johnny Lyons. He's from Miles College, playing third. And at shortstop, Emory Stevens from Albany State University will be there at short. Johan Sandoval from Savannah State, he will occupy second base. Good defensive player for the Tigers of Savannah State. And at first base, it'll be Benedict College's Jose Medina. In the outfield from left to right, Aaron Shivers from Albany State will be out left. Jaquez Akins from Benedict College will be ranging in center field. And in right field, it'll be Ryan Campbell for Kentucky State University. All of these players that we're mentioning, as you see them being introduced here inside of Patterson Field, quality players, and as we run down the numbers on them when they come to the plate or when they make a play out in the field, we will highlight their efforts during the course of the season. It is certainly an honor for all of these players to be able to be a part of this. And it's a great effort by minority baseball prospects to pull this out as a chance to display some of the quality talent that you see at HBCUs as it relates to baseball. And it has been a showcase weekend during the course of yesterday and today, and it culminates here with this championship all-star game between the SIAC and the HBCU AC out of New Orleans. So set with the particulars in terms of the players. All of them have been introduced here. As sun starting to set here in Montgomery, Alabama. And can't thank the folks enough in the city of Montgomery, led by Mayor Stephen Reed, for their effort in terms of supporting this event. Not only this event, but other events at HBCUs as well. getting set for the national anthem here inside Patterson Field. So we'll take a break and come back and get things started with the starting lineup. Stay with us. Back live here at Patterson Field, Montgomery, Alabama, getting set for the Final College Showdown. Minority Baseball Prospects All-Star Ball game between the HBCUAC Conference and the SIAC. So it's Division II versus NAIA Baseball in an all-star matchup. Done a wonderful job of this field being ready for play here. They had the home run derby contest right before the start of this ball game and the clinic just prior to that. But the field looks to be in immaculate shape. It'll be the all-star team from HBCUAC batting first here in this all-star ball game. So taking the hill first, it'll be Jalen Ryans for the SIAC team. Ryans named All-SIAC tournament for his work during the tournament. And first up for him, he'll meet Caleb Gilner in that lineup for the all-star team from HBCUA. Gilner, senior from Wiggins, Mississippi. Gilner on the season, 286 batting average, led the team in runs scored with 31 and on-base percentage of 382. He'll be first up for HBCUA. He'll be followed by Kay Gage and then Mindy, the top three in the lineup for head coach Kirby Marshall and the HBCUAC All-Stars. So Ryans on the hill. Familiar battery with him with Antoine Jackson behind the plate catching Ryans. Ryans called on to do some extended work in the SIAC tournament for Miles College just a week ago. And after the break, ready to begin action now as this all-star ball game is set to begin momentarily. Good crowd on hand here from the Montgomery area, and a lot of fans and friends and family members. You can just expect that to be the case as they follow their favorite player throughout the course of the year. So Gilner set to step in, and Ryan set to go to work on the hill, and we are set to begin this all-star contest. Gilner from Wiley University. Ryan's making his final preparations to deliver the first pitch of the all-star ball game. He rocks and fires, and we are underway. First pitch coming your way at 7:36 on a Friday afternoon. And that pitch was off the plate for ball one. Ryan's again trying to find that spot at the corner, the slider, but that one's off the plate for ball two. Gilner, 17 base on balls during the regular season for the Wildcats of Wiley University. Ahead in the count here, 2 balls, no strikes. Ryans rocks and fires here. Swing and a miss by Gilner on a good pitch on the corner there by Ryans. So he gets his first strike of the ball game. Count to 2-1 now to Gilner. Trying to find that same spot at the corner, and he does. Count at 2-2. A little bit up in the zone, but found the black of the plate. Count even at 2-2 on Gildner. Ryan, 72 strikeouts in the regular season. Gildner calls a timeout there. Ryans and Jackson trying to get together on the pitch. And too long for the liking of Gildner, and he took the timeout. Steps back in now on the 2-2. Off the plate and high, and the count taken full now. So Gildner trying to get aboard to become the first runner of this all-star matchup. Gildner, first team HBCUA All-Conference. Shoots one out the right field, may have a gap there. Angling toward that gap, and it'll get down there in between Campbell and Akins, and down at second base is Gildner after a sharp double that found the gap between right and center field. So Gildner waited on his pitch and got it. Able to shoot that one out in the right field, and he's aboard. Good piece of hitting there by Gildner to get aboard, and that'll bring up Robert Gage. Gage, a sophomore from Stillman College. .410 batting average to lead the Tigers in the regular season. From the stretch now, that pitch is off the plate by Ryans, with Gildner down at second base. Gildner, 21 stolen bases, just been picked off twice. He's down at second here, trying to see if Gage can't bring him around. HBCUAC trying to get the first score of the ball game with a runner in scoring position after the double by Gildner. To the plate, this one out right to right field again. May have to play it on the bounce there. Campbell will. It'll hit the grass. To third base goes Gildner, and aboard at first base is Gage with the single. So HBCUAC keeping the line moving here now with runners on the corners. Gildner with a double, and he gets over the third after the single out in right field by Gage. Gage just kind of poked that bat out there and found grass right side. Now to the plate, Mendy. Mendy spits, so looks at a pitch there that's on the plate called strike. Mendy, a senior, Wilberforce University. Going on the pitch and fumbling it on the transition was Jackson. So down to second base goes Gage. Now he's in scoring position. Two aboard, one at third and one at second. Nobody out, and Joe Mendy at the plate for HBCUAC. Ryans with a slow start on the hill for SIAC All-Stars. This pitch swung on and missed there. I think that was, yeah, indeed, that was the third strike there on Mendy. So Mendy is retired on the strikeout. Last pitch prior to that was called a strike as well. So the first out recorded of the ball game by Ryans as Mendy goes down on a strikeout. That'll bring up the home run derby champion now, Armando Jose Jackson. One down runner at third and second. Just underway here in this final showdown all-star ball game. 0-1 pitch, chopped on and fouled wide of third base by Jackson. Ryan's going with a curveball that time, had Jackson out front. Jackson, a senior from Santiago, Dominican Republic. .277 batting average, but was named first team all HBCUAC during the course of the regular season. Ryans rocks and fires. Fastball at the corner. Mendy or Jackson can't catch up with that. Missed every stitch of that fastball at the corner. So Ryans ahead in the count now to Jackson 1-2. And he can do himself a big favor here if he can deliver a pitch for a strike and a strikeout. There's a pitch up in the zone, trying to get Jackson to change his eye level just a little bit there off the plate for 2-2. Gilner at third, Gage at second. Gilner doubled, Gage singled, both to right field. Ryans rocks and fires. Didn't mean to, but to the third baseman. Fielding it there is Lyons across the diamond for one. They throw it back over to third, and sliding in at third is Gage. So they will plate Gilner on the fielder's choice. HBCUAC All-Star team that scores first. As you take a look at that replay, they're trying to go back across the diamond to try to get Gage, not able to pull that off. So that'll bring up Del Villar to the plate with 2 down now. Gage at third on the throw. While the University first baseman Ivan Del Villar steps in. Pitch at the corner and no call there. Ryans was looking for a call, didn't get one. As Del Villar, the senior, steps back in. He too named first team all HBCUAC. Pitch there at the corner, better look there, and he got a call there to even the count at 1-1. Gage down at third, looking to be picked up, but 2 down here. Curveball popped up into left field. Shivers barely has to move. Now he misplayed it, has to take a little jog back, and I think he dropped the ball. He did. Lost it in the lights here. And down at second base goes Del Villar as Shivers was looking up into the lights, looking as though he had it all the way, but right at the last moment had to range back a couple of feet, just misplayed it in the lights. So Gage will score. And down the second goes Del Villar on what would have been a routine fly ball. But he's aboard on the error by the left fielder. And that'll bring up Kyron Cole, the Russ College third baseman. So the inning continues for HBCUAC. A strike for 2 already. That pitch on the corner for a strike. Cole, the junior, Chicago, Illinois native, .419 batting average for the Bearcats of Russ College. Pitch off the plate by Ryans. Rotation for the pitchers for the SIAC All-Star team. Ryans starts. LeFrederick Wooten from Benedict College will come on next. And the anticipation by Coach Grissom is that Wooten will take innings 3 and 4, and we'll talk about the rest of the rotation as it unfolds. And a pitch there at the corner called strike, and Cole is called out on the strike. So 2 runners score here in this top of the first inning for the HBCUAC All-Star team. They leave a runner aboard, but they will go into the bottom of the half of the first, leading it 2-0 over the SIAC All-Stars, and they are coming to the plate. Stay with us. Our coverage continues for the Final Showdown countdown from Patterson Field here in Montgomery, Alabama. Back live here at Patterson Field, Minority Baseball Prospects Final College Showdown. All-Star matchup between the HBCUAC All-Star team and the SIAC All-Stars. HBCUAC in their top half of the first, they pushed 2 across after Gilner doubled and Cage followed with a single. Strikeout and a couple of errors, 1 error, and then a fielder's choice allowed both of them to score. And now coming up in the bottom half of the first, it's the All-Stars from the SIAC. Jaquez Akins from Benedict College will lead them off in the batting box. He'll be followed by Johan Sandoval from Savannah State. Then Robert Robinson Jr., or R.J. Robinson from Morehouse College, he will bat third as the All-Stars from the SIAC look to try to gain some ground after they gave up two to the All-Stars from the HBCUAC. Glad you could join us for the coverage here on Minority Prospects TV. Charles Ward with the coverage. Outstanding production team here at field level, led by Roy Evans and a wonderful camera crew, bring you some of the sights and sounds from this all-star contest. Historic Patterson Field here in Montgomery, Alabama. Opened in 1949. Former home to a AA affiliate for the Detroit Tigers. Hosted NC2A baseball championships for several years, from 1985 to 2004. And used to be the home field for the Hornets of Alabama State until they got their facilities near the campus. So a historic field here, and it plays a historic role in Montgomery, Alabama. Jaquez Akins to the plate now, the sophomore from Benedict College. Hails from Atlanta, Georgia. .378 batting average for Akins. Nunez fires first pitch on the ground to the first baseman. Covering there is Del Villar. He'll win the foot race to first. And one pitch and one down as Akins is retired. Johan Sandoval to the plate now. Sandoval, a junior from Savannah State University. Sandoval leading the Tigers at the plate, a .369 batting average. Led him in almost every statistical offensive category for Savannah State this year. Nunez, the sophomore, fires that pitch off the plate for ball one. Sandoval, .369 batting average, 51 RBI on the season, 103 total bases on the campaign. Rounded the bases 55 times for Savannah State. Slugging percentage of .585 and an on-base percentage of .482. All of those leading the Tigers of Savannah State. He'll take a pitch on the corner for a strike. And that'll even things out at 1-1. Sandoval looking to be the first runner aboard for the SIAC All-Star team. Takes a curveball off the plate by Nunez. Count at 2-1. Gorgeous night here in Montgomery, Alabama. 2-0 HBCUAC All-Star team with the lead. Pitch there, swung on and fouled back right side by Sandoval to bring the count even at 2-2. Nunez 57 strikeouts on the regular season. 62 2/3 innings pitched for him. 11 starts during the regular season, completed 4 games during the campaign, had 2 shutouts during the course of the season. This pitch up in the zone for a ball and the count run to full now on Sandoval. Sandoval also led Savannah State in base on balls with 32 during the regular season. Payoff pitch here from Nunez. On its way to the plate, and that's ball 4. So Sandoval displaying that good eye at the plate, and he's aboard for the SIAC All-Star team. And that'll bring up R.J. Robinson, the designated hitter. Robinson from Morehouse College, Houston, Texas native, led Morehouse from the plate with a .379 batting average for the Maroon Tigers. 106 total bases for Robinson, named to the SIAC All-Tournament team. So now Nunez forced to pitch from the stretch now with Sandoval down at first. First pitch on the corner for a strike to Robinson. Quality hitters in both lineups, so pitchers can ill afford to make mistakes at the plate. Saw that during the home run derby just prior to the start of this ball game, as Nunez chases Sandoval back to first with a throw over. First inning action here from the All-Star matchup between the SIAC and HBCUAC. Nunez to the plate now. This one swung on and missed by Robinson. Had a home run cut there, but came up empty. So he's behind in the count. No balls, 2 strikes with 1 down, bottom half of the first. Nunez peered over his shoulder now to the plate. On Sandoval on the move, throw high. He will steal second base and get into scoring position. So Sandoval swipes second. And on the regular season, 21 of 23 in stolen bases for Sandoval, just a junior. So now Robinson behind in the count, 1-2 with a runner in scoring position. Nunez peering back to second, now to the plate. That one off the plate. Good job behind the plate there by Armando Jose Jackson. Keep that baseball in front of him. So the count at 2-2 now. So Nunez set to go at 2-2. This one swung on and fouled back right side. So Robinson, look, he's requesting a different bat now after that foul off right side. Gonna get a little pine tar on that handle as well. Count at 2-2. Sandoval down at second base. He drew a walk, stole second with 1 down now. Robinson trying to see if he can't push him across, get him over to third and get him home. Nunez from the stretch. Sandoval with a lead at second. Robinson swings and misses there on a good change of pace by Nunez. So Robinson's retired on the strikeout. Nunez with his first K of the ball game came at a great time there as he retired the designated hitter in R.J. Robinson. With 2 down now, Jose Medina, the first baseman for SIAC All-Stars, will come to the plate. Sandoval remains at second. Nunez trying to work his way out of that walk to Sandoval. First pitch out of the zone for a ball. Medina, a junior from Benedict College. .375 batting average for the Tigers of Benedict. 50 RBI on the campaign. Curveball on the inside, found the corner of the plate. Good pitch there from Nunez. And he evens the count at 1-1. Sandoval still down at second. HBCUAC with 2 runners across the top half of the first. Peeking in behind there, Shepard, the shortstop, trying to keep Sandoval close. He'll slide back in, pitch to the plate though. And it's down low for a ball. So Medina now ahead in the count. 2 balls, 1 strike. 2 down, bottom of the first. And the pitch. This one swung on and missed by Medina. Good slider there from Nunez from the heel. Medina swinging where he thought it was going to be, but that slider breaking right out of his strike zone. So that'll make it 2-2 now. 2's across the board. 2-2 and 2 outs. And 2-0 lead for HBCUAC. Big pitch here from Nunez to the plate. This one fouled off at the plate by Medina. Medina tied for first on the team in hits during the course of the regular season. 45 hits on 120 plate appearances. Slugging percentage of .583 for the junior from Ontario, California. Count at 2-2. Sandoval at second base. Moderate lead by him. Medina from the stretch, or Nunez from the stretch to Medina. This one swung on and missed, and Medina can't catch up with that changeup, so he strikes out. And that will end the threat by the SIAC All-Stars in the bottom half of the first. They leave Sandoval stranded at second base. We head to the top of the second with HBCUAC leading this All-Star contest 2-0. Stay with us. Our coverage continues on Minority Prospects TV. Into the top of the second we go in this all-star matchup. HBCUAC coming back to the plate. They put two across in the first. They lead 2-0. They'll send up Mikey Lewis from Dillard University, Kyle Shepard from Southern University at New Orleans, and he'll be followed by Elliott Shepard from Philander Smith, the designated hitter. So you got Shepard and Shepard in that lineup. So we're trying to make that just nuanced distinction in those last names. It's for the folks at home that are listening as these players come to the plate. Jalen Ryan still on the hill for SIAC All-Stars. Fires a pitch there. That one's off the plate. And the count at 1-1. Lewis, a freshman from Dillard University, takes a pitch. That one off the plate for ball 2. .316 batting average for the freshman. Named second team All HBCUAC for his work as he grounds one out to the second baseman, ranging as Sandoval flips it over to Medina at first, and they retire Lewis on the ground out. Kyle Shepard coming to the plate now for HBCUAC. Easy routine play there by Sandoval at second base for the SIAC All-Star team. Sandoval, during the course of the regular season, only committed 9 errors from second base for them. As Shepard now steps in. Shepard, a junior from Southern University at New Orleans, transferred there into the program from Delaware Tech Community College. Shepard out of Atlanta, Georgia, took the first pitch for a strike. And that second pitch offering there by Ryans is off the plate to make it 1-1. Shepard leading the Knights from the plate, .348 batting average, 21 RBI on the season, 53 total bases. And takes that pitch for a strike over from Ryans. .473 slugging percentage and .486 on-base percentage for the junior. Knights on the regular season 18-17, Chopper to the third baseman, fielded there by Lyons. Long throw across the diamond, bounced it there, and got past the first baseman Medina. Turning now and headed to second base, and looking toward third now on the turn is Shepard, but he'll hold there at second base. Ball hit just behind the bag at third base. Lyons with a long throw across the diamond, bounced it there. Medina couldn't handle it. So Shepard is aboard. A base hit there, and then an error on that throw. And that'll bring up Elliott Shepard, the designated hitter. Shepard from Philander Smith College steps in and takes a pitch off the plate from Ryans. Ryans handling these first two innings of work for the SIAC All-Star team. Frederick Wooten will take 3 and 4, followed by Vernon Clay from Morehouse. He'll be in the 5 and 6 frame. Pitch there. Called a strike. Good pitch there from Ryans. Got it up in the zone, caught the corner of the plate to take the count to 1-1. So Shepard at second, and Shepard at the plate looking to bring him in. Pitch there. Line drive shot out in the left field. That's down for a base hit. They're waving him at the corner. They'll send it. Going to chance for him at the plate. No throw there. Sliding in is Shepard, and he's in for HBCUAC. Textbook baseball there by the All-Stars from the HBCUAC conference. Shepard got aboard on a single, and an error got him to second, and Elliott Shepard drives him in with a base hit out to left field. That's how you do it. And now the score 3-0 for HBCUAC. They will take them back to the top of their lineup, and at the plate for the HBCUAC All-Star team now is Kyler Ritchie. And Ritchie from Philander Smith gets his first time at bat. Replaces Gilner at the plate. Going to have a lot of this in the ball game. It's an all-star contest, so all 20 from each roster will play as Ritchie steps in. Kyler, a junior, 388 batting average for him for the Panthers of Philander Smith. Pitch there out in the left field, may find some grass there, and it will. Just poked it out the left field. And the HBCUAC All-Star team goes post to post there with a single out to left by Ritchie, just coming into the ball game. And that'll push Shepard down to second base. And see if we'll have a reserve player coming to the plate now. Yeah, we will. Looks like it's going to be Ethan Farrell with his first spot of duty, replacing Robert Cage. So the coaches trying to get all the players in as soon as they can as Farrell steps up. And he took a ball off the plate. Farrell, a sophomore from Voorhees, swings at a pitch and fouls it off left side. Out of play into the bullpen area, just beyond the HBCUAC bench or dugout. 3-0 lead for HBCUAC All-Stars over SIAC All-Stars. Live from the Final College Showdown. Ryans from the stretch. Good pitch by Ryans. Slider that worked his way back across the plate. And he gets ahead in the count now. 1 down. Top of the second inning. This one on the ground at the first base. Medina fields it there, got it out at the lead runner at second base. So they cut down Shepard, but over to third goes Kyler Ritchie. So that fielder's choice, that'll make it 2 out here in the bottom or the top of the first. And at the plate now for HBCUAC, it'll be Sincere Ford. Ford will be batting in the place of Joe Mindy. So runners at the corners now. And the throw down to second got out into center field, so an easy trot home there after the wild throw on the attempted pick off of the runner at second base. And scoring on that was Shepard. So 2 down now, and over to third goes Ritchie. And so notching another run. And this is a pitch there. Good defensive effort behind the plate by Armando Jose Jackson. I beg your pardon, by Antoine Jackson for SIAC All-Stars. Save what would have been another run on a wild pitch. Ritchie at third. This one didn't mean to swing, but it's down the line, but wide of third base. Sincere Ford trying to get aboard, and more importantly, trying to push that runner across. Ethan Farrell at third base, that is. 2 down, top of the second inning. Sincere Ford out of Stillman College. 19 games he appeared in for Stillman during the course of the regular season. Took a pitch on the corner and a late call there with a strike. So the count at 1-2. Now 2 down here, top of the second inning. HBCU All-Star team trying to pile on here. They lead 4-0. Let's see if they can get one more in with the 2 outs. Pitch to the plate and in between the legs of Jackson, but he gathers it, and they push Farrell back to third base. Coaches for the HBCUAC All-Stars team. Kirby Marshall, the head coach out of Dillard University. Led Dillard to a 10 and an 11 mark inside of HBCUAC regular season play. Webster, Bates, and Dominguez, and Parker, coaches from Stillman, Rust, Talladega, and Southern University at New Orleans, joining him as assistant coaches in this all-star matchup. Count even at 2-2. Sincere Ford trying to make a sincere effort to see if he can't get the runner to the plate. Farrell at third base. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. Here's the pitch. And actually it was 3-2 on the count. So Ford draws the walk for HBCUAC, and he's aboard. So the inning continues here for the All-Star team. So Farrell at third. And Ford down to first base. They have him at the corners. And Jonathan Phillips going to take a bat into his hand. And he will bat in the place of Armando Jose Jackson. Phillips from Stillman College. First pitch delivered to him. Ball 1. Long inning again for Ryans. To the plate, this time trying to find the outside corner and taking second base with no throw was Ford. So Ford now in scoring position. So if Phillips can find some grass out in the outfield, will plate 2 more for HBCUAC. Swings at a pitch, a squibber down to second base. Sandoval flips to first, and they retire HBCUAC on that ground ball to second base. But 2 across here for the All-Stars from HBCUAC. As you take a look at that play by Sandoval, good job by him, and the throw over to retire hustling Phillips down the line. And we head to the bottom of the second inning now. It's a 4-0 lead for HBCUAC All-Stars versus SIAC All-Stars. More action ahead on Minority Prospects TV. And welcome back, everybody. We're live at Minority Baseball's Prospect Final College Showdown from Patterson Field here in Montgomery, Alabama. The SIAC All-Stars versus the HBCUAC All-Stars. And right now, HBCUAC All-Stars with a 4-0 lead. We head to the bottom of the second inning. Nunez still on the hill for the All-Stars from HBCUAC. At the plate is Aaron Shivers from Albany State, playing left field. Start things off here in the bottom half. Took the first pitch for a ball and takes the second one up near eye level for ball 2. Shivers, a redshirt freshman from Albany, Georgia, playing for the Golden Rams. .346 batting average for the redshirt freshman. Ahead in the count. Now takes a strike at the knees on the inside corner from Nunez. 2 balls, 1 strike. This one popped up. Right field giving chase there near the track and just inside the bullpen down beyond the SIAC All-Stars dugout. And that'll make it 2-2. Substitutions for HBCUAC All-Stars in that top half of the second inning. We'll try to get those in as we can. Ethan Farrell at third base and Ford out in left field. Sincere Ford out in left. And that pitch down at the plate. And they'll put the tag. Well, they'll get Shivers on the tag. It was a strikeout. And he was just tagged there by the catcher, Armando Jose Jackson, to retire him at the plate. Shivers wasn't quite sure what was going on there. He thought it was just a ball on the inside, but it was called a strike, and it was dropped by Jackson. So rather than throw him out at first base and Shivers didn't run, he just put the tag on him there at the plate. Goes down as a strikeout, and Emery Stevens will come to the plate now. Stevens also from Albany State. Stevens, a redshirt junior, .366 batting average for Stevens during the course of the season. Nunez pitching from the stretch, fires there and tight on the inside for a ball. The SIAC All-Stars left a runner stranded in their bottom half of the first, trailing 4-0. Nunez cocks and fires, found the corner with a fastball. So evens the count at 1-1. Special thanks to the city of Montgomery for supporting this Minority Baseball Prospects Final College Showdown in the city. Stephen Reed, the mayor of Montgomery, Morehouse graduate, always keeping the doors of his city open for any HBCU events. Glad to have that relationship with Minority Baseball Prospects. Nunez pitches, fires, and threw a strike, and swinging and missing every stitch of that baseball was Stevens. Good change of pace on a change up there by Nunez. That'll draw the count even at 2-2. It 1 down here in the bottom of the second. Nunez taking his time now with the pitch out in the left field. That's a shot. Don't know if the ballpark will hold that one. If it stays fair, it is gone. Home run out in the left field by Emery Stevens. Stevens jumped on a fastball and rode it right out of Patterson Field to left field. Just a rocket shot to left by Stevens. He wasn't in the home run contest or the home run derby contest, but should have been with that shot. So he will circle the bases for the home run and give SIAC All-Stars its first run of the ball game. Just on a crushing drive to left field, no doubt about it, when it left the bat. So Stevens strikes. And that'll bring up Ryan Campbell. Campbell took a pitch off the plate. Stevens blasting that one. That's his 4th home run of the 2026 season. Just a shot out to left field. Jackson having to dig that ball out on a pitch tight on the inside. See the stats on Campbell, 6'1", 200-foot, 200-pound player. And Campbell's a good one. Plays at Kentucky State and led them at the plate, 380 batting average, 57 out of 150. Led him in RBI as well with 53, as well as total bases. Pitch there, over but low from Nunez. And that'll make it 3-0. All-stars from the SIAC strike with Stevens going deep to left field. And there's a strike there from Nunez. Campbell trying to sell it as ball 4. Umpire making the call to make it 3-1. Johnny Lyons, third baseman, next in the lineup for SIAC All-Stars. This time the pitch is on the inside, and Campbell will get the walk. So SIAC All-Stars trying to get something stirring here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. And Johnny Lyons coming to the plate now for SIAC. Lyons, Miles College program, third baseman for them. Redshirt sophomore. Good numbers by Lyons, 322 batting average for the redshirt sophomore. Led the team in on-base percentage at 463. Campbell at first. Nunez to the plate. In tight, almost hit. Lyons on the inside. Swivel those knees out of the way to avoid that. It's ball 1. Nunez trying to go up above in the zone now and got too high there, too tall for Lyons. Count 2-0. Just one down here for the SIAC in the bottom of the 2nd. Trying to make up that 4-1 deficit. Nunez trying to find the corner, but too far outside on that pitch. And Lyons trying to draw that walk. Make it back-to-back walks as Campbell's at first, and he drew the base on balls. Nunez now with that pitch splits the. Well, thought he had the call for a strike, but no. Aikens looking back toward the home plate. Now it continues his jog down the first base. So it was a base on balls. And now you got runners at second and first, and that'll bring up Antoine Jackson. Jackson also, remember the Miles baseball team, catcher for them. Pitch from Nunez off the plate, fighting him that baseball all the way as Jackson trying to block it and keep it in front of him. Good job by him to do that. Jackson, the freshman. This is Antoine Jackson for the SIAC All-Stars, not Armando Jose Jackson behind the plate for HBCUAC, who made a good defensive play there on that block ball. Antoine, the freshman, took a pitch on the corner for a strike. 222 batting average for him. Chicago, Illinois native, led the Golden Bears in slugging percentage during the course of the regular season, 389. Count at 1-2 now. Still only one out here in this bottom of the 2nd inning for the SIAC All-Star team. Now runners at 2nd and 1st. Campbell Off of the glove of Nunez. It still may be a double play here, though. In the inside, they got it, and it threw it wide of first base. Diving for it was Del Villar, but couldn't get there. They got the runner at second base, but that will allow for Campbell to score from second after the throw at first. So Lyons is picked off down at second. And it'll be Jackson aboard at first base. They had the double play in order, but Nunez kind of tipped it with his glove. Didn't throw it off line. It got to the second baseman, Mindy. Mindy on the flip to Gage. And the throw over pulled Del Villar off the bag. Actually, that's Farrell down there at. I think check that. That is Gage at shortstop on that flip. So that's two aboard across now for SIAC All-Stars. They cut the deficit in half. And we go back to the top of the order, but it'll be Deshaun Rogers batting now for SIAC All-Stars. Rogers batting in the place of Akins, with Jackson down at first base. And that pitch over for a strike to Deshaun Rogers. 2 down, bottom of the second inning. Rogers, the senior, Lane College, led them from the plate at .346 batting average. Dragons of Lane College finishing with a 10-22 SIAC mark during the course of the regular season. Didn't make it into the SIAC tournament play, but a program that's steadily turning its corner in terms of winning percentage with baseball. Nunez to the plate now, fouled straight back on the swing by Rogers. Jackson down at first base. Rogers taking Akins' place at the plate. See where he winds up defensively. Outfielder and a pitcher, so he swings, and this one wide of third base and foul. Good cut on that ball. Trying to find the grass out in left field. Nunez likely his final frame of work in this all-star ball game. Kobe Wimberly from Dillard set to take over the mound for HBCUAC at the start of the third. Giving up 2 here in the bottom of the second, and a good change up there. Had Rogers way out front on that, and he strikes him out. So the bottom of the second comes to the end, but not before the SIAC All-Stars push 2 across to cut the deficit to 4-2. As we head into the third, HBCUAC All-Stars coming back to the plate, leading by 2. Stay with us. More coverage here on Minority Prospects TV. Back live here at Patterson Field, Montgomery, Alabama. We head to the third new pitcher on the mound for the SIAC All-Stars now, LaFrederick Wooten. Wooten, a junior from Benedict College. 7.1 ERA, 7 wins, 2 losses on the regular season. 74 and 2/3 innings pitched for the junior. 67 strikeouts. Teams batted .262 against him. At the plate for the HBCUAC All-Stars. Another substitution in the ball game now is Avery Spriggs, the sophomore from Southern University at New Orleans. Spriggs, .263 batting average on the season for the Knights. Spriggs replacing Ivan Del Villar in their lineup at the plate. Substitutions probably coming in a little bit more for HBCUAC team versus SIC at this point. Wooten has been on the mound, though, and Wooten strikes out Spriggs on a fastball at the knees. So that's a good start to the top of the third for the SIAC All-Star team. Spriggs goes down on strikes. At the plate now. For the HBCUAC is John Rowland. Rowland, part of that home run derby competition. Swings at a pitch, fouls it wide of third base. So we'll see if Rowland batting now. We'll see if he actually goes. He's slated to pitch in their rotation, but deeper in the rotation, he swings and swats one out the left field. May have a gap there, and he does. And it gets there toward the base of the wall, rolls all the way to the wall, and stand up double down at second base is Rowland. So Rowland doubles to get aboard. Good swing by him, and found that gap between left and center field. So Rowland aboard at second base with the double. And with one down, he'll be looking to see if he can't get picked up there. And now at the plate is Esteban Baca. Baca batting for Lewis in the lineup. So double by Rowland got him down to second with one down. And now they got him in a rundown. They throw over the third base. And he's out at third base. No, I've actually had a balk called there. Rowland was on his way to third, but they called the balk on Wooten. So Rowland stays on the base pads after the balk called on Wooten. So now there's a wild pitch at the plate, but not able to advance is Rowland after the ball got away momentarily from behind the plate. Have to check that number behind the plate for the SIAC All-Star team. It's not Antoine Jackson anymore. And a pitch tight on the end this time. This time it gets away and rolls over toward the SIAC All-Star dugout. And Rowland, after the double and the balk called, got over to third, and he'll get home on a wild pitch. So HBCUAC All-Stars get at least one of the runs back that they surrendered to the SIAC All-Star team in the bottom of the second. And now the bases are clear as Baca gets set to step in. 2-1 count to him. Baca, senior from Wiley University. First team all HBCUAC for his work. He'll take a A walk there on a 3-1 count, and he's aboard. So Wooten coming in here in the top of the third for the SIAC All-Star team. And a little bit difficulty trying to settle in here. Robert Gage coming back to the plate now. Gage singled his last time up in the first inning. Farrell took his place last time in the order, but he's reinserted here. And a runner going, pitch to the inside, throw down to second base. It's on the shortstop side, and it got away. Up and sprinting over to third base now, easily standing up over there. And in scoring position is Baca. So Baca stole second, and the wild pitch got him to third. Or the wild throw down to second base, got away from the second baseman covering there. Be on the catcher on that throw, so over the third goes Baca. And another scoring opportunity for HBCUAC All-Stars. Gage takes a pitch. That one's off the plate. And the count at 2-0. Wooten rocks and fires, and he hit Gage. Gage trying to get out of the way, but couldn't. That fastball kept coming to the inside. So he's aboard. And I'll put 2 on now. And to the plate now is Joe Mindy. Mindy struck out his last time up. Oh, that was in the first inning. And Mindy takes a look at a ball inside, but over for too low for ball 1. Good pitch, just didn't get enough elevation on it. Just got him coming in at different places in the lineups now after the substitutions. And stepping off, Wooten faking a throw over the first base. Scorecard getting very ugly here in this all-star ball game as these substitutions keep coming in for HBCUAC. Just give you these players as they come on in play. On the move is Gage. He'll take second base without a throw. Baca at third. And Mindy trying to see if he can't pick them both up here. Wooten to the plate. Pitch at the corner for a strike. Wooten, 74 2/3 innings pitched for the Tigers of Benedict during the course of the regular season. 67 strikeouts. Had the 7 wins. That time trying to go in tight and in too tight for a ball. Count at 2-1. Runners at third and second, and the pitch. Swung on and missed by Gage on the inside. Good pitch there. Or Mindy, that is, beg your pardon. And the count even at 2-2. 1 down, top of the third, 1 already across for HBCUAC All-Stars. Wooten missed on a pitch down low, and Mindy draws the base on balls. So Armando Jose Jackson back to the plate now. Jackson, winners of the home run derby just prior to the start of this all-star contest. Takes a first pitch on a curve from Wooten. It's a beauty. Called strike. Sacks a full for HBCUAC All-Stars. Jackson would love to duplicate his home run efforts in the home run derby with a shot here. won the Derby on his last swing in the competition with the one-on-one against R.J. Robinson from Morehouse College. Each player had 3 swings. Chopper wide of third base. That would have played at a couple of runs there had it gotten in fair territory. Robinson went up and couldn't clear the fence on the 3 pitches that he had. And then Jackson came up, missed on the first 2 with line outs, and then on the third one just crushed it out the left field to win the Derby. Wooten with the pitch now. This one, same position as the last one, foul ball wide of third by Jackson. So bases are loaded here, 1 down, top of the third. 5-2 lead for HBCUAC All-Stars. Wooten with the pitch. And that one missed a spot, so the count at, I believe it's 2-2 now. Yeah, on Jackson. 2-2 delivery from Wooten. This one finds grass out in the left field, right in between third and second, headed to the plate. 2 across, no throw at the plate, going to be dead on arrival there. Good throw out from left field. And they get the runner at the plate, trying to turn down and stretch that all the way. That was Gage, and Gage was picked off at the plate. Good throw. How about the throw here from left field? It's right on target. Sliding in there and blocking the plate, and nowhere for Gage to go, but he can go to the dugout there. The throw got him from left field. They got a run across, though, because prior to Gage coming across, Baca scored. And now they're 2 down here in the top of the third. And Ivan Del Villar, Avery Spriggs batted for him last time in the rotation, but Villar's back up there now for HBCUAC All-Stars. They get another run across. They lead at 6-2. Pitch there in tight and over for a strike. Villar could not hold off there on a pitch on the inside corner by LaFrederick Wooten. Second and first runners for HBCUAC All-Stars. Wooten to the plate with the pitch, trying to go to that same spot on the inside and losing it right out in front of the plate, but able to regain it. I think that's Emery Stevens back there catching for SIAC All-Stars. Two down, top of the third. Wooten ready, and the pitch. This one chopped out to center field, ranging slightly to his left, throwing the glove up and squeezing it out there is Jaquez Akins for out number 3. And the HBCUAC All-Stars are retired here in the top of the third, but they plate 2 more in that frame, and they extend their lead to 6-2 over the SIAC All-Stars. We head to the bottom of the third. More baseball action ahead on Minority Prospects TV. Back live here at Patterson Field, Minority Baseball Prospects Final College Showdown. SIAC All-Stars versus the HBCUAC All-Stars in this head-to-head matchup between Division II and NAIA schools or conferences. And right now, it's the NAIA Conference, HBCUAC All-Stars with the 6-2 lead over the SIAC All-Stars. New pitcher on the mound for the HBCUAC All-Stars is Kobe Wimberly, the freshman from Dillard University. Wimberly, a 5.76 ERA, 2-2 on the regular season. This will be his 9th appearance overall. Started in 5 games for Dillard during the course of the year. And for Wimberly, during the course of the campaign, just 25 innings pitched for him, 21 strikeouts. Held opponents to a 195 batting average for Dillard. For the SIAC All-Stars now, they're going to send up Jabari Johnson. Johnson going to be substituting in that lineup. I think he's taking the spot of Sandoval at the plate. Jabari out of Tuskegee University. And the junior from Douglasville, Georgia, takes a pitch from the freshman. That pitch off the plate. .333 batting average for Jabari Johnson. Tied the Golden Tigers during the course of the season on runs scored. He had a total of 30. Three home runs for him during the course of the season. Takes a pitch there. Good looking pitch there by Wooten at the knees with a fastball. Just froze Johnson. Count at 2-1. Wimberly rocks and fires there. Threw that one off the plate for a ball. And the count now 3-1 to Jabari Johnson. On deck for the SIAC All-Stars is Jalen Johnson from Clark Atlanta University. So Johnson squared for SIAC All-Stars as Jabari takes a pitch there for a ball, and he's aboard with a walk. So that'll bring up Jalen Johnson now. Jalen, the senior from Clark Atlanta, from Little Rock, Arkansas. .371 batting average for Jalen. Led Clark Atlanta in several categories. RBIs, he had 42, slugging percentage at .536, and an on-base percentage with .439. 11 doubles on the season for him. That's good. He tied for first in that category. And Jabari Johnson down at first. Wimberly from the stretch. Nobody out here in the bottom of the third. Wimberly to the plate. Swung on and missed by Johnson. Good slider there just off the plate by Wimberly. And Wimberly ahead in the count, no balls, 2 strikes. From the stretch, Wimberly to the plate now. That one's off the plate. Good job there behind the plate by Jackson to catch up with that rising fastball that was quickly headed back toward the screen. Count at 1-2. Nobody out, bottom of the third, but a runner on board with the walk. That's Jabari Johnson. Pitch to the plate, swung on and missed. Good change of pace there by Wimberly to retire Jalen Johnson for the first out here in the bottom of the third. So Wimberly records his first strikeout. And to the plate now for the SIAC All-Star team, Tyler Tucker, the sophomore from Savannah State. Tucker with an impressive SIAC tournament for the Tigers of Savannah State. Tucker stepping in, take that first pitch for a ball. Wembley set to go right back to work. Fresh off of the strikeout of Jalen Johnson. From the stretch. And the look toward home. This one chopped on and out will find grass out in right field, right there between first and second base. Good job of hitting the baseball there, right where it was pitched by Tyler Tucker. So Tucker with the base hit. He pushes Jabari Johnson down to second and then puts him in scoring position. To the plate now for the SIAC All-Star team. Kendall Garland steps in. You're starting to see the substitutions from this all-star lineup from Coach Grissom. Kendall, a senior from Kentucky State, with runners aboard at second and first. Wimberly with the pitch. Jackson trying to snatch it back into the zone, but that's a ball. Garland, 287 batting average for the Thoroughbreds. Change of pace on that pitch, fouling it off right side is Garland. Thoroughbreds 13 and 26 in the regular season. 12 and 21 is good enough to get into the SIAC tournament. Garland a big part of that. Wimberly, change of pace on a curveball, nicely done there by Wimberly to find the corner of the plate. Does a good job of mixing his pitches. And he's ahead in the count on Garland, 1-2. One down, two aboard. Fouled behind the plate. It'll get just beyond the screen and just in front of us. That one just coming over the screen behind us and a couple of rows below us. I thought we were well protected back here. I guess we are. We have a couple of cracks in some of the windshields up here, though, so I guess some baseballs can find its way up here. Wimberly back to work now with a 1-2. Off the plate to take it even at 2-2. Jabari Johnson down at second base. And Tyler Tucker at first after he singled. Pitch there, popped up. This one's going to get out of play as well. Just to our left. Boy, all of a sudden they're getting our attention up here. Kendall Garland, the senior, trying to rattle some cages. Wimberly set to go back to work with the 2-2. One down, two aboard. Look back at second, now to the plate. This one out into center field, maybe over the center fielder's head. On a dead run, yeah, that's over the center fielder's head, headed all the way back to the fence line. Two runners right behind each other, step for step. They'll send them both to the plate. Now they'll stop the second runner, headed back to third is Tucker, but scoring for SIAC All-Stars is Jabari Johnson. And there must have been about 7 yards difference between Tucker on the heels of Johnson. Both of them trying to turn the corner at third. Finally got a stop sign, Tucker did at third. Johnson kept going, he scored, and that's a double out to center field by Garland. Garland with a great at-bat that time for the SIAC All-Star team. Fouled off several balls there and finally got a pitch that he could drive to center field and drove it over the center fielder's head for the double. So Garland with a good job. He stands at second. He'll pick up the RBI as Johnson came roaring across. So the SIAC All-Stars pick up a run there. At the plate now for the SIAC All-Stars. That's Akins back in there, Jacquez Akins. Aikens back in after he grounded out to the first baseman his last time up. Takes a pitch from Wimberly that's high and off the plate for a ball. Wimberly now, curveball. Didn't get a call. Tried to drop it in over the back door. But no call from the umpire, so the count had 2 balls, no strikes. Runners at third and second. Tucker at third, Garland at second. That pitch, that's a 4-pitch walk there to Aikens, and he's aboard. So 2 walks in this bottom of the third, along with 2 base hits. And now SIAC All-Stars with the sacks full here. Tucker at third, Garland at second, and now Aikens joins them on the base pads at first. Golden opportunity here for Johan Sandoval, the second baseman from Savannah State, to do some damage for the SIAC All-Star team. He trails 6-3. Swung on, first pitch driven out to right field, but out of play by Sandoval. Tucker at third, Garland at second, Aiken at first, Sandoval at the plate. 0-1 count. Here's the pitch. This one driven out to right field. I think he's going to find the gap. He will. This one all the way to the base of the wall. That'll clear everybody in front of Sandoval, and Johan stands at second base with a double for the SIAC All-Stars. So he clears them on that double out to right field. So Sandoval reinserted in that lineup, and he pays dividends right away. As Garland scored, Tucker scored. And Aikens was able to come across with his speed. He scored from first base. So just when it looked like HBCUAC All-Stars were just going to pull away with this ball game, look at it right now. We're knotted again. Tied 6-6. Wimberly trying to close this inning out, having some difficulty in this bottom of the third. Only 1 out remains. And with Sandoval down at second base, SIAC All-Stars with a chance to claim their first lead of the ball game. Wimberly to the plate, curveball, got it on the corner. Good pitch from him. Told you this was going to be an exciting or electric ball game. So many great hitters in these lineups from these HBCU schools, the Division II SIAC and NAIA HBCUAC conference. Really on display here as that curveball's off the plate from Wimberly. The ever dangerous R.J. Robinson at the plate for the SIAC All-Stars. The Morehouse Maroon Tiger, first baseman. Pitch here, curveball again by Wimberly. Found the plate on the outside of it to get ahead in the count. Robinson from Houston, Texas. .379 batting average for Morehouse in the course of the regular season. Sandoval waiting at second. Here's the pitch. Reaching out to stay alive that time with Robinson on the ball. He had to stretch out in the zone to get to. Good job by Wimberly and Jackson behind the plate to try to keep those arms stretched so he can't swing through it with his most power. Had to really poke at that ball. 2-2 delivery here from Wimberly. Curveball off the plate, and the count goes full at 3-2. On deck for the SIAC All-Stars is Joshua Medina. Medina singled his last time up. Payoff pitch coming here from Wimberly. And that's off the plate for a ball. So Robinson draws the walk. And that'll put 2 aboard now for Joshua Medina. Medina singled back in the second. And now you got a conference at the mound by HBCUAC All-Stars. The entire infield coming in for that discussion. Wimberly, second in the rotation in this All-Star ball game. He replaced Christopher Nunez from Southern University of New Orleans. Nunez with a good 2 innings of work by him. But right now they're in a roadblock. The SIAC, the HBCUAC All-Stars are. Kimberly, or Wembley that is, trying to get this second out of the bottom of the third. Medina will be up in the lineup for the SIAC All-Stars. Glad you could join us for our coverage on Minority Prospects TV. Final college showdown from Patterson Field here in Montgomery, Alabama. The SIAC All-Stars from Division II and the HBCUAC All-Stars from the NAIA. And right now they are tied at 6 each. But 2 aboard now, Joshua Medina for the SIAC All-Stars with a chance to give them their first lead of the ball game if he can find some space out in the outfield. Took a pitch off the plate for a ball. They come a little closer, throw down the third base and sliding under that tag at third. And so Sandoval able to swipe third, and he's over at third base now. Now just 90 feet away from being picked up by Medina. So they're at the corners, one down. Wimberly with the pitch, curveball is up in the end zone, and ball 2. Curve seems to be his bailout pitch. Last couple of offerings on it, he hadn't been able to find the plate. Sandoval at third, Robinson at first. Wimberly pitches. This one over for a strike on the corner on the inside. Right at the knees of Medina. And that'll make it 2-1. Trying to go to that same location, but they got in too tight. Medina draws the base on balls. So Sandoval stays put at third. And Robinson down to second. Medina joins them on the pads with the walk. So they're loaded once again. And looks like they're going to retire Kimberly early. He was hoping for a better outing here inside of this all-star ball game, and only able to get that one out here in the bottom of the third. He'll be greeted by the HBCUAC All-Stars as he comes to the sideline. Not the result he wanted in this all-star ball game. So Wimberly not able to go a full inning there, but Wimberly just a freshman. To be able to play in this all-star ball game just as a freshman is an honor within itself. And you certainly know that he'll be back for more all-star contests in his future, which looks very, very bright. But right now, the HBCUAC All-Stars are going into their pitching rotation. Should be Malcolm McKay from Dillard coming on the pitch now in this bottom of the third. Make sure that's who they got out there. It's a warm-up toss that's being taken. Yeah, it is McKay, the freshman from Dillard University. 7.9 ERA for McKay. 2-2 on the regular season. Just 25 and a third innings pitched for the freshman. But he'll come into a very dangerous situation here in the bottom of the third with one down. and nowhere to put any of the All-Stars from the SIAC with the bases loaded. Sandoval at third, Robinson second, and Medina just drew the walk. Those are the three that are aboard for the SIAC. The SIAC with a golden chance here to get their first lead of the All-Star ball game. But we'll see what McKay has in store for him. 5'10", 180 pounds. 30 strikeouts on the season. Teams batted .302 against him. Gave up 7 doubles on the campaign. This will be his 11th appearance overall. Still got some warm-up tosses left. As the SIAC All-Star team has just come roaring back here with 4 already across in this third inning to tie this ball game up at 6 each. Told you there'd be a lot of hitting in this contest. Just looking at the numbers of these players who made the All-Star rosters for both teams, really doing some outstanding work at their individual schools in terms of hitting the baseball. A lot of categories in which a lot of these individual players lead their teams, like almost across the board in offensive categories. So Aaron Cheever's coming back up to the plate now for the SIAC All-Stars. Cheever's substituted in the lineup by Kendall Garland. Garland got a double and eventually came around to score. Cheever's, his first time up, was a strikeout victim, so he's trying to see if he can't right that ship here and in the process give his team a lead. First pitch there, swung on and missed. Good cut there by Cheevers, but he missed every stitch of that baseball. McKay going back to work now, ahead in the count. Another big swing and a miss there by Cheevers. Cheevers trying to ring that bell. So we can go deep. We already had 1 home run blast in this ball game. And on 3 pitches, Cheevers strikes out. Good work there by McKay coming into the ball game to get the K on Cheevers. And that solo by Emory Stevens in the bottom of the second for 2 of the runs for the SIAC All-Stars. He got 1 on the solo home run that came around and got another after that. At the plate now, starting off Emory Stevens, who hit the home run with a pitch there over for a strike. Stevens would love to duplicate his effort here, being a grand slam if he can clear the fences. Pitch there, swung on, Squibber down to first base, covering it there. Good defensive work there by Del Villar, and he'll beat the running Stevens to first base to retire the SIAC All-Stars. As you take a look at this replay, that little Squibber out to first. Del Villar really playing that well off the hop to retire Stevens and the SIAC All-Stars. But the SIAC All-Stars battle back, and they tie the ball game at 6-6 as we head to the 4th. More of this Final College Showdown coming your way on Minority Prospect TV. Stay with us. Kyron Cole flying out there to center field. And that'll bring up Mikey Lewis to the plate. Lewis on the ground ball to the second baseman. Good throw, but it got past the first baseman. So Lewis turns the corner, headed to second, and he got under a tag there. Take a look at the replay here. They called him safe. Boy. Had a lot of bodies still out there in that base pad. Looked like the tag may have gotten him. But they say he got past it. So he's down at second base. And that'll bring up Kyle Shepard. And Kyler Shepard with Lewis down at second base. And that pitch is off the plate for a ball. So they got Cole on the fly out. Lewis got a board. Definitely going to rule that a base hit. Second baseman ranging toward the bag. Missed on the bounce throw to first. Shepard to the plate. Takes a pitch. Ball off the plate. Lewis trying to get a lead down at second base. Tied at 6. Top of the 4th. Wooten with a pitch there. Count at 2-1 now as Shepard steps back in there. 1 down. Lewis with his lead at second. Wooten looks that way. Turns his attention toward home. In tight on the pitch just under the arms of Shepard. Shepard singled in the first. I beg your pardon, in the bottom of the top of the second inning he singled. And Lewis down at second now with a 3-1 to Shepard. And that's a call strike there to take the count full at 3-2. Shepard, the junior from Southern University at New Orleans. 348 batting average for him. Atlanta native looks at a full count now. Wooten. Ready, rocks and fires. Now going to throw it back to second base. They almost throw it out in the center field as Lewis got back to the bag. Wooten with innings 3 and 4 for the SIAC All-Star team on the hill. It'll be Vernon Clay from Morehouse College set to come in next frame for the SIAC All-Stars. And the All-Stars from the SIAC with 4 in the bottom of the third to tie it at 6-6. Now HBCUAC All-Stars going to go back to work here. Foul ball at the plate. Shepard got a piece of that fastball. HBCUAC All-Stars got 2 in the first, 2 in the second, and 2 in the third. Wooten ready here on a payoff pitch. And that's ball 4. Shepard with a good at-bat that. Trip at the plate, drew the walk. And now 2 aboard for HBCUAC. As Elliot Shepard steps in there now. He's the junior from Philander Smith College. 345 batting average for Elliott. Going on the pitch and making it in the third is on the steal easily as Lewis. see if, in fact, they send Shepard to break up a double play opportunity here. Runners at the corners. Wooten in that stretch. Shepard takes off, pitch. They'll throw it down to second base. They'll cut it off there. Now back to home plate. Did they get him there? They did. Nicely done there by the SIAC All-Star team. Cutting it off was a shortstop, Stevens, behind the bag with a perfect throw there. I beg your pardon, that's Sandoval at that shortstop. And Sandoval was able to cut that ball and fire it to the plate for the out. Good defensive work there by the SIAC All-Star team. Really defensive gem there for them. The base was stolen by Shepard, but the bigger thing is they got the pick at home plate on Lewis. So 2 down here in the top of the 4th. SIAC All-Stars, they'll throw that one out in the center field, trying to get up to head to third base now. Won't have a throw there on the errant throw from Wooten, trying to throw back down to second. Sandoval started this ball game at second base, but now he's playing short for the SIAC All-Star team. And over to third goes Shepard on that throw. And a meeting at the mound. If the SIAC All-Stars can hold the HBCUAC All-Stars scoreless here in the top of the 4th, will be the first inning in which they have not allowed a run by the HBCUAC All-Stars. So that entire infield for the SIAC. We'll discuss their strategy here, but at the plate, Elliot Shepard was there while all this action is going on. He'll still be there at the plate as the meeting at the mound by the All-Stars from the SIAC is broken up. Actually, it wasn't broken up. I guess they just decided on what they wanted. The officials gave them as much time as they wanted at that huddle at the mound. Count at 2 balls, no strikes. Wooten back to work now. Fires off the plate for ball 3. Designated hitter Elliot Shepard for HBCUAC. Content to take a walk here, and he'll get it on that one. That one's off the plate. I actually called a strike there, I believe. Yeah, that's at 3-1. Late call there by the umpire, but got some of the plate, did Wooten, so it goes to 3-1 now. And that was called a strike. The count obviously had it at 3-2 on the scoreboard out in left field, so they retire Shepard on the strikeout. And for the first time in this ball game, the SIAC All-Star defense held the All-Stars from HBCUAC scoreless in a half of the inning. So we go to the bottom of the 4th, still tied at 6 in this All-Star matchup. Glad you could join us for our coverage here on Minority Prospects TV. We'll stay here during this break as we bring you this All-Star game as the Final College Showdown here from Patterson Field in Montgomery, Alabama. Still, again, the special thanks to the city of Montgomery for being a bit partner with Minority Baseball Prospects to make this weekend of baseball activity happen. Events started on yesterday with the Welcome and Education Symposium presented by Crime Stoppers. And then today, a full slate of activities as a part of this celebration of minority baseball. At 9:30 this morning, the Montgomery Public Schools had a field trip, a field day coming here as a part of a pro showcase to be a part of these activities, and good to get the younger kids engaged in the baseball at an early age to perhaps get that interest flowing early on and eventually see them here at an all-star ball game. And at 5:30, there's a free youth baseball and softball clinic held right here at Patterson Field, with the coaches and players doing a great job of just breaking all of the students up into individual groups and taking them through exercises that really just mirrored some of the skills you have to become quality baseball players. And that was followed by the home run derby that took place here just prior to the baseball game. And just a phenomenal show in that home run derby. We had 7 players playing or participating in that home run derby. It really came down to the final round between R.J. Robinson from Morehouse College and Armando Jose Jackson from Talladega. In that final round, each player had 3 swings in that round. Robinson, they did rock, paper, scissors to determine which player would bat first. And Robinson drew the short end of it, if you will, but he went first, and he was not able to get anything out of the park on his 3 pitches. And then Armando Jose Jackson came up. He did not get anything clear on his first 2, but on that 3rd pitch, he just rocked back and cracked one out the left field to win the home run derby. I'm talking about a shot out the left field that left no doubt that he was the home run king. So now 6-6 here in baseball action as the SIAC All-Stars come back to the plate. Ryan Campbell from Kentucky State drew a base on balls in the bottom of the 2nd, comes back to the plate now. And McKay going right back to work for HBCUAC All-Stars with a pitch off the plate for a ball. It'll be Campbell, Lyons, and Jackson up to the plate for the SIAC All-Stars. Good pitch there from McKay. Swinging through that one was Campbell. And the count even at 1-1. Trying to find that same spot, but this time they missed on the outside. 2-1 the count now to Campbell. Campbell, a senior from Canton, Michigan, swings at a pitch and missed on that. Good pitch there, off-speed pitch from McKay, and Campbell way out in front of that baseball. Count at 2-2. McKay working quickly here. Chopper to the shortstop, plays it on the 3 hops, fires across the diamond, and they retire Campbell. At short, Robert Gage for the HBCUAC All-Stars from Stillman College had to play that on the select hop. Took about 3 bounces before it got to him, fielded it cleanly, and fired a strike over the first to retire Campbell. So Johnny Lyons steps in. And Johnny got on a base on balls and then was picked off on a fielder's choice, trying to get down to second base. Down in the count, no balls, 1 strike after that first pitch from McKay. McKay working quickly for HBCUAC. Freshman from Dillard University. He rocks and fires here. This one swung on and missed. Good job on the slider there by McKay. And all over the top of that one on the swing was Lyons, where he thought the ball was going to be. The slider kicking away from him. 0-2. Same pitch, this time a little bit off the plate for a ball, trying to see if they could get Lyons to bite on it. Lyons, a redshirt sophomore from Miles College. .322 batting average for him on the campaign. Certainly all-star material there with that number. So they'll reset that to 2-2 now. Balk was called there on McKay, but that doesn't matter. His next pitch is fired in there for a strike. So McKay going right back to work on Lyons after the Balk called, and he got him on a strikeout. So McKay working quickly here in the bottom of the 4th. Antoine Jackson set to come to the plate now. Got on a fielder's choice in the 2nd, bottom of the 2nd. McKay quickly to work now. Delivers. Fastball swung on wide of third for strike one. McKay ready to go back to work again after the foul ball. This one off the plate. No, beg your pardon, it was called a strike. Got to the zone there, so he takes the count to 0-2. 2 down, here's the pitch. HBCU All-Stars, all of them floating off of the field in unison, knowing that was a strike call, but it wasn't. Umpire didn't agree. The count goes to 1-2. Everybody just kind of walking and waiting for the call and never got it. Everybody headed toward the dugout. This time McKay overthrowing just a little bit and off the plate there. 2-2, 2 down. And the count taking the full now on Jackson. Akins would be next in the lineup for the SIAC All-Stars. And of course, that'll be Deshaun Rogers in that batting spot. Rogers took over the last time in the order. Got a base on balls. Jackson steps back in, working the count to full. 2 down. Payoff pitch coming here from McKay. Swung on, fouled back, so we'll re-rack it and do it again. Tied at 6. McKay. Oh, hot shot down the first base line, but it's wide of the chalk, so they'll reset it. Good battle here between McKay and Jackson. Usually favors the batter when you get a chance to see as many pitches as Jackson's seen in this set. 3-2. This one out in the right field, getting a good jump on that one in stride, and the catch made out there by Campbell, or beg your pardon, out there by Lewis in right field. So good job by him to track that baseball. And they retire Jackson, and they retire the SIAC All-Stars here in the bottom of the 4th. We head to the 5th, still tied at 6. More baseball ahead on Minority Prospects TV. Stay with us. Back live here, the Minority Prospects Final College Showdown at Patterson Field, Montgomery, Alabama. The SIAC All-Stars versus the HBCUAC All-Stars. First time this is a head-to-head matchup in this Final College Showdown for Minority Baseball Prospects. Normally it's been like a championship type thing where you had 2 teams from each conference coming to play in kind of a series thing, but now it's just a head-on-head matchup, which a lot of folks favor that versus the championship series. So just a one-on-one here with the SIAC All-Stars and the All-Stars from the HBCUAC Conference, historically black colleges and universities athletic conference, that rebranding of the Gulf Coast just a few years ago. so effective for them in terms of attracting corporate sponsors. It's been kind of a major move for HBCUs over the last few years, a marquee thing for them and for HBCUs overall. On the mound now for the SIAC All-Stars is Vernon Clay, the junior from Morehouse College, set to take the hill. Clay, 7.36 ERA on the season, 4 wins, 2 losses for him. 62 and a third innings pitched for the junior from Richmond, Texas. 36 strikeouts for him. Teams bat at 272 against Vernon Clay. Clay turned in a good SIAC tournament for the Maroon Tigers of Morehouse College. Morehouse going deep into that tournament from the losers bracket. Just eventually just ran out of arms in a gallant effort. The HBCUAC All-Stars now in the top of the fifth. Getting set to go back to work offensively. First pitch swung on and fouled off to the right side. At the plate is Kyler Ritchie. Ritchie coming into this ball game a couple of innings ago. Caleb Gildner's spot in the lineup, singled in the second. Here's the pitch from Clay. That one's tight on the inside. That's a 1-1 count now. Ritchie, a junior. Led Philander Smith. 548 slugging percentage. Swings at a pitch here. Ground ball to the first baseman. On the foot race now, they'll flip it over to Clay covering from the mound. Good job there by Clay covering on the play. Good flip there from Medina at first base. And they retire Ritchie on the 3-1 putout. So back to the plate now, Ethan Farrell. Farrell batted for Gage a couple of innings ago, and Clay starts him off with a fastball on the inside corner of the plate for a strike. Farrell came around the score his last time up. Takes a look at a pitch. This time it's over but low from Clay, and the count to 1-1. Still a gorgeous night here in Montgomery, Alabama. This one shot out to left field, back tracking that way, almost in his tracks. It's Shivers with the catch, and they retire Farrell on the fly ball. So Shivers with a good throw to the plate a couple of innings ago to pick off a runner there that was trying to get home on a throw. And an easy basket catch or kind of corn catch there by Shivers as Farrell flies out. And to the plate now is Sincere Ford. Ford, the last time up, got on a base on balls. He and Mindy switching in and out of that rotation at the plate as Clay fires a pitch that does not find the zone. That'll make it a 1-1. 1-1 delivery inside and off the plate for a ball. Clay, 62 and a third innings pitched during the course of the regular season, gave up 66 hits and 55 runs. And 51 of those 55 were earned runs. But he's just a junior. And missed on a pitch there. Count to 3-1, 2 down. We're in the top of the fifth. Halfway home here in this SIAC, the Minority Baseball Prospects Final College Showdown All-Star Game. Clay fires this one out to right field. On a run now. That one may get down. It will. It'll get past the right fielder Campbell and circling the second now and trying to turn the corner and head it over to third. Sliding in there head first with a triple. Nice job there by Sincere Ford. He saw that ball tracking toward the corner in right field. He never looked up. Kept his eyes glued to third base and made it there on the head first slide. So a triple there by Ford. Ford almost motoring home there for the HBCUAC All-Stars. They pumped the brakes at third, and he's there. And to the plate now, Jonathan Phillips. Phillips swings and misses at a fastball from Vernon Clay. So Clay ahead in the count with 2 down, but got a runner at third. That pitch in tight. Good defensive work from behind the plate for the block there by Antoine Jackson. So Clay, the third pitcher in the rotation for the SIAC All-Stars. Darrell Johnson, the second set to take over innings 7 and 8. This one swung on and missed on a good pitch on the inside, as Phillips couldn't catch up with the fastball. Ford at third, tied at 6 each. 1 and 2, Clay ahead in the count. Rocks and fires there. Curveball, missed the corner of the plate though. A change of pace, good idea. Just couldn't find that zone. Count even at 2 and 2. Chopped on and out to left field. It's going to be on foul territory. 3 players chasing after it, and it'll die before either can get there. So they'll reset it as Phillips comes back to the dish. Players gathering here at Patterson Field. Unfamiliar territory to them in terms of how you play the foul lines in almost every other dimension of the park. Sometimes that can be the best example when there's a ball like that. I mean, when you're at home, you're a little bit more familiar with the confines. You might be able to make a closer play. 3 players chasing there, and that one fell to the grass, and they'll reset it. 2-2. Clay, full delivery, fires here. Just with a chopper wide of third and just inside of the HBCUAC dugout. So the battle continues. 2-2. 2 down. Ford at third. Here's the pitch. Another foul ball off to the left side. Phillips trying to catch up with the fastballs of Vernon Clay. Not able to turn on anything yet, but staying alive by fouling it off. Two, set, do it again. Tried to nip the corner there with a fastball. Too far on the outside. And the count taken full now at 3-2. So Ford will be off on the pitch. Here it comes to the plate on the inside, and that's ball 4. So, good job by Phillips at the plate to draw that walk. And that'll put runners at the corners. And Avery Spriggs coming back to the plate for HBCUAC. Spriggs and Avondale Villar sharing this spot in the lineup. Clay going to the stretch now. He fires. Fastball up in the zone for ball 1. Ford at third. Phillips at first. Clay looking for the zone. Can't find it last couple of pitches. That one's out of the zone as well. They'll make it 2-0. And now head coach Antonio Grissom taking a walk to the mound. He's had this conversation with Vernon Clay likely more than once because he is the head coach of the Maroon Tigers, and Clay pitches for Morehouse. No doubt, just a conversation to talk him through. This is an all-star game. Throw strikes and let's get these other players into mix. Trust that defense behind you. You don't have to strike anybody out. You just want to get that ball in play. Clay struggling the last couple of batters. All this developing with 2 down here in the top of the 5th. Two balls, no strikes. Runners at third and first. Clay rocks and fires and still can't find the zone. That one in tight for ball 3. Spriggs will gladly keep the line moving with a walk. Ford at third, Phillips at first. Clay down the middle with a fastball. Three and one. See if that helps his confidence here. Back again, that's off the plate for ball 4. Trying to look down this right field line to see if anybody's tossing for the SIAC All-Star team. Likely in these scenarios, though, coaches tend to just give as much leeway as they can and let players just work them way out of the inning. Not like you're playing for conference rankings or anything. It's the celebration at the end of the year. You want them to go as long as they can. Wasn't the case for Wimberley for HBCU All-Stars. They had to lift him. And as these troubles continue for Vernon Clay with the bases now loaded for the HBCUAC All-Star team, wonder if that may not be a consideration at some point here. So Spriggs was aboard with the base on balls. Now the rack's loaded, and John Rowland. Rowland did some damage last time up with a double. And would love to duplicate that effort here with the bases loaded in the 5th. Clay to the plate. That one's off the plate with the ball. Ran into this wall with 2 down. Now in some serious trouble here with Rowland at the plate. Hitters count 2-1. And that one off the plate for a ball. It'll be hitter's delight here for Rowland. You know, Clay does not want to walk a run in. And Rowland will be sitting on a fastball. Clay to the plate. This one fouled off right side. That's exactly what that scenario was. The challenge from Clay with a fastball. Rowland just missed it. He'll do it again, though. Payoff pitch, bases loaded. All the wheels going to be rolling on this pitch. Ford at third. 3-2. Swung on and missed. Chased the ball that was low in the dirt. And Rowland strikes out. So Clay avoids some serious damage there. Leaves them loaded in the top of the 5th. HBUAC not able to push a run across. We head to the bottom half. Vernon Clay standing tall there for the SIAC All-Stars. Bottom of the 5th coming your way on Minority Prospects TV. Welcome back, everybody. We're inside of Patterson Field, Minority Baseball Prospects Final College Showdown All-Star Ball Game. SIAC All-Stars versus the HBCUAC All-Stars, and we head to the bottom of the fifth. And just as advertised, things are tied at 6 each. New pitcher on the mound for the HBCUAC All-Stars is Andres Ramirez. And Ramirez will be facing Deshaun Rogers. First pitch from Ramirez is a strike. Freshman Ramirez from Wilberforce University. 2 wins, 6 losses on the season. 44 1/3 innings pitched for the freshman. Andres Áñez Ramirez from Cincinnati, Ohio. Count at 1-1. Rogers ready to go to work with the bat. Senior from Lane College takes a pitch on the inside for a ball. Rogers at .346 batting average. Also pitched for the Dragons of Lane College as well. Won't see him here in All-Star play on the mound, but here for its work with the bat. Spits on a fastball on the inside. That's low. Count to 3-1 now. Lots of substitutions all over the place. The best we're able to do at this point is to announce players as they become identified for something done on the field. All-Star ball game, you can expect that. Grounder to the short, boot it there at short, trying to come up with it at short and not able to do it, and that'll put Rogers at first base. Sharply hit ball, likely going to go down as a base hit. Just ate the shortstop up on that play. And Rogers is aboard to start the bottom of the fifth. And that'll bring up Jabari Johnson. Johnson looks at a fastball tight on the inside. He and Johan Sandoval alternating in the batting lineup at the number 2 spot. That pitch swung on and missed by Johnson, and headed down to second base after the ball got away from the catcher is Rogers, so he'll be at second base. So a runner in scoring position now for the SIAC All-Stars. Count at 1-1 to Jabari Johnson. Johnson to be followed. Who's got the bat there is Jalen Johnson. Johnson and R.J. Robinson from Morehouse sharing that third spot in the lineup. Robinson struck out his last time up. Johnson now will be ready. He's on deck as Jabari Johnson steps back in. With Rogers, they sent Rogers back to first base. I don't know if there was a timeout called before that pitch got away, but he's back at first, and they throw over to keep him close. Ramirez fires. Pitch, throw down to second base. They got the it looks like they got the runner out at second on the throw. And that was just only strike 2 at the plate on Jabari Johnson. So, but they got the lead runner with Rogers trying to steal second base, and a great throw from behind the plate to nail him at second base. As you take a look at it there, coming back with the tag, it's the second baseman. Good job there by Mendy on the comeback with the tag, and an excellent throw from behind the plate to get Rogers down at second base. Ramirez with a pitch there is off the plate. The count to Johnson at 2-2. So Johnson up there now with 1 out here in the bottom of the fifth. 2-2 delivery for Ramirez. He rocks and fires. Change of pace there on a curveball, but he missed on it. The count goes to 3-2. Jalen Johnson set to bat next for the SIAC All-Stars. SIAC All-Stars got 2 in the second. They got 4 in the third, and a strikeout there of Jabari Johnson by Ramirez makes it 2 down in the bottom of the 5th. So Jalen Johnson steps in with 2 down. Ramirez just taking the ball on the mound for the HBCUAC All-Stars. This looked very impressive. The start of this half inning. He's ready to go to work. And the pitch bounces away from the catcher, but it's a ball. That's Wimberly behind the plate for the HBCUAC All-Stars. Wimberly was on the mound as a pitcher. This one swung on and fouled straight back for second strike. Or to count to 1-1 now on Jalen Johnson. Two down, bottom of the 5th. Somebody's got to break this log jam. That one back to the pitcher. Good job by Ramirez coming off of the hill. He'll flip it over to the first baseman. Got it to Del Villar, and he retires the SIAC All-Stars here in the bottom of the 5th. He'll do it himself. Nice reflex by him. Floats off the mound with the flip. And we flip over to the 6th inning, tied at 6 each. Stay with us. More SIAC All-Stars versus the HBCUAC All-Star matchup here in the Final College Showdown coming your way on Minority Prospects TV. Back live here at the Minority Baseball Prospects Final College Showdown. All-star matchup between the SIAC All-Stars and the HBCUAC All-Stars. We head to the 6th. Caleb Gilner back at the plate for the HBCUAC All-Stars. Ian Kyler. Ritchie sharing that spot in the lineup. And Gilner set to go back. He doubled in the first inning of the ball game. Came across to score the game's first run Vernon Clay rocks and fires a fastball, but that's up in the zone for a ball. Clay in his final inning of work here in the sixth. Darrell Johnson, the second, set to come in the seventh for the SIAC All-Stars. This one at short, good play there, ranging. Sandoval fires, but too late. Beating that one out down the line was Gilner. Gilner was gliding down that first base line and beat the throw by Sandoval. Sandoval had to dig deep to his left towards second base, came up cleanly with the ball and a good throw, but Gilner just too fast down the line, so he's aboard. So Robert Gage comes back in now. The Stillman College player will bat in this inning. The sophomore, .410 batting average for him on the season. HBCUAC All-Stars trying to get something going in their top half of the sixth. Going on the first pitch, throw down to second base, throw down, sliding under that is Gilner. So Gilner beats one out on the infield on a run down the first base line to get aboard. Now he's still second base, showing his speed. Gage took a strike there. And now Gilner in scoring position. See if he has any ideas about taking third. Got a big lead down at second base, and that pitch is off the plate. I think that was called a strike there. So the count showing on the scoreboard, 0-1 is where we are. Nobody out. Gilner down at second. Clay from the stretch and to the plate. This one swung on and missed by Gage. Clay took a little bit off of that one, and he jumps ahead in the count. No balls, 2 strikes. Glad you could join us for our coverage here on Minority Prospects TV. Charles Ward here with this all-star game coverage. Oh, what a standing production crew here in Montgomery, Alabama. Swung on and missed again. And he took care of Gage on that fastball to strike him out. And one down here in the top of the sixth inning. And stepping in now is Joe Mindy. Mindy with some good defensive work at second base for the HBCUAC All-Star team. Got a runner in scoring position. Would love to pick up Gilner there at second. Gilner trying to take third, and he'll be in without a throw. That throw was high. Jackson coming out of his crouch, trying to look down the third base line, but he had to look beyond Mindy, who was still in the box. So he had to take just an additional tick to try to step behind him to throw. By that time, it was too late. Gilner was already in there. So he's just 90 feet away from breaking this 6-6 tie. Squaring the bunt is Mindy. Pulled the bat back and took a ball. I think now they're going to say that was a strike. Yeah, they'll win that appeal, and it'll be no balls, 2 strikes. Infield in tight, trying to deny Gilner crossing the plate. Pitch swung out to right field. That's going to be well deep enough if it'll stay fair. Diving catch, not able to make it out there in right field. Campbell just laid out as much as he could just beyond the chalk. Had a glove on it, but just could not close the deal. That would have been highlight reel had Campbell been able to pull it in. But instead, it goes as a foul ball, and back to third goes Gilner. And back to the box goes Mindy. Count showing it's 2-1 on the scoreboard out in left field with 1 down. As Clay goes to the stretch, fires, curveball off the plate, and that'll take it to 3-1. Everybody on the infield just at the cut of the grass. Want to cut down Gilner at the plate if they have the opportunity. He is the go-ahead run. Clay with the pitch. And that was was a strike called, so the count now full at 3-2. Did not get a definitive call from the umpire behind the plate, unless he just tipped that ball. But it is full nonetheless. One down. Gilner at third. Mindy behind at a 3-2 look. Clay set to fire that one from the hill. Here it comes. And that one's off the plate for the ball. So Mindy draws the walk, so he's at first, and they have him at the corners now. One down. We're in the top of the sixth. Gilner got on a single, stole second, stole third. Gage struck out. Mindy just walked. And here comes Armando Jose Jackson, who won the home run derby prior to the ball game. Looking to see if he can unleash another home run here. Runners at the corners, tied at 6. Clay from the stretch fires to the plate. This one shot out. That'll get down for a base hit. Left side, and playing it on the bounce as a center fielder. He lost control of it. Now they bounce it around there, and the left fielder comes up with it, and that's enough time for Gilner to score. And over to third base goes Mindy. And at first is Armando Jose Jackson. He'll get credit with the single and the RBI. So the HBCUAC All-Stars reclaim the lead. And they'll have runners at the corners now. And to the plate comes Ivan Del Villar. And Clay trying to start him off with a fastball on the corner, but he missed. So Mindy at third, Jackson at first, one down. Del Villar trying to issue a little bit more damage from the plate. Ahead in the count, 2 balls, no strikes. Swings at that pitch, fouls it off right side, and that one will get out of play. We're tied at 6 each coming into this top half of the 6th, but Gilner started it out with a single, swiped a couple of bags, and now he's in the dugout. 7-6 lead for the HBCUAC All-Stars. Pitch, throw down to second base, and they'll get a tag there out at second base as Jackson didn't think they were going to throw down there to him. And they got him picked at second. He thought he was just going to be able to draw that throw. As you take a look at it on the replay, coming back in there with the swipe tag that got him at second base. Jackson thought he was going to be able to create some interference there so they can get that runner Mindy from third to home. But they'll take the out at second. Instead, Mindy had to stay put. This one back up the box. He doesn't have to stay put long. This one drilled out to center field, and he'll score on Del Villar's single right back up the middle. So he'll get the RBI as Mindy crosses. And that'll take it to 8-6. So down at first base is Del Villar. And at the plate is Karen Cole coming back, sharing that role with John Rowland at that spot in the lineup. You know, coaches wish they had that luxury during the course of the regular season. Switch batters in and out like that. Pitch high and out of the zone to Cole. Two down. We're in the top of the 6th. Runner going. No throw this time from behind the plate from Jackson. So Del Villar with that steal down at second base. And Jackson came up out of the crouch ready to throw. Don't know if he stumbled. One of his spikes hitting some of the dirt behind home plate, but something threw him off with the delivery down to second. Clay to the plate. And the pitch is off the plate to Cole. Two down, top of the sixth. Two across already for the HBCUAC All-Star team. Clay to the plate with the pitch. That's a nice pitch there on the corner for a strike. Count at 3-1 now. Cole just wants to keep this inning going. He'll take a walk. Swings at a pitch there, loops it to the shortstop. Sandoval fields it, bounces it over there. Good defensive play at first base by Tucker to cover out that baseball, and they get the out. Good work there with the glove from Sandoval. Take a look at him ranging here towards second base. Threw it a little bit low, but Tucker digging it out at first base. Good defensive effort there, and they retire the HBCUAC All-Stars top of the sixth, but not before the All-Stars get two more, and HBCUAC leads it 8-6 over the SIAC All-Stars. We will head into the bottom half of the sixth after this timeout on Minority Prospects TV. We head to the bottom of the sixth inning now. Two more on the board for the HBCUAC All-Stars. They lead at 8-6. For the SIAC All-Stars now, they will send up Tyler Tucker, who just made a fantastic defensive play for them in the top half. He'll start it out in the box. Ramirez on for his second inning of work, and Tucker lifts one out there in the right field, maybe headed toward the fence line. He'll turn the corner and head for second base, and Tyler Tucker, just like that, after the good defensive work, stands at second with a double for the SIAC All-Stars. So cashing in on both sides with the glove and with the bat. Tucker starts the bottom of the sixth. To the plate now for the SIAC All-Stars. Kendall Garland back up there. Garland trying to see if he can't push this runner over and get a score for the SIAC All-Stars to cut into those two that were just gained by HBCUAC. Didn't mean to swing, got caught up there, and they looked for some help on that. And I think he stayed that he held up there. Garland crossed up on that pitch, kind of half swinging from the chest, but did not get hit with a call of a strike, so it's ball one. Tucker down at second base. Ramirez to the plate with the pitch. Got a call strike there. Good pitch from Ramirez to take it to 1-1. Tucker doubled to right field. Ramirez from the stretch, peering at him at second base. Now to the plate. This one to right field. On a come in and playing it on the drive is the right fielder Lewis, and not able to tag at second is Tucker. Tried to hit it behind him, but able to range and get it was Lewis on the run out in right field for out number one. So Garland on the fly out, and that'll bring up Embry Stevens. But it'll be Jaquez Aikens batting instead as they switch spots in that part of the lineup. He initially, Jaquez did, batted in the number one position for the SIAC All-Stars, but with the substitution pattern, he and Embry Stevens switching as he lined one out the left field, right field, down for a base hit. Good job of hitting there by Jaquez Aikens, just jumping on that pitch and pushing it out to right field. So the runner's at the corners now. After that, solid base hit to right. Wasted no time on that pitch. And that'll bring up Johan Sandoval. Sandoval switched down in that lineup too. Started in the number 2 spot, but now batting in that number 8 spot, or number 7 spot, with he and Campbell switching. Sandoval taking a look at a pitch that's off the plate for a ball. Runners at the corners with Tucker and Aiken. And Sandoval ahead in the count now. 1 ball, no strikes. Ramirez from the stretch fires to the plate. This one shot out to the shortstop, ranging for it, can't pull it in. Shepard gave it a look, but that was so hard hit by Sandoval that it scores. Sandoval slides into second. He scores Tucker. And over to third goes Aiken on a double by Sandoval. Sandoval just ripped that baseball out to left field. The shortstop, Kyler Shepard, reached at it. It's not able to get to it. And 1 run crosses for the SIAC All-Stars here in the bottom of the 6th. Good piece of hitting there by Sandoval. And that'll bring up designated hitter Robert Robinson Jr. for SIAC All-Stars. Morehouse, first baseman, sets in. Took that first pitch for a strike from Ramirez. Aiken at third now. Ramirez with the pitch on the corner. And he jumps ahead in the count, 0-2. 1 down, bottom of the 6th. 1 already across for the SIAC All-Stars. They cut the deficit to 8-7. With 1 down, Robinson with a chance to tie it with a knock here. Ramirez with the pitch off the plate for a ball. These teams play in different conferences and different division levels, with Division II SIAC and NAIA HBCUAC, so they don't see each other during the course of the season. That pitch bounces away and coming to the plate now. They pitch it there and they get a tag. No, they didn't get the tag on Aiken. Aiken able to beat that throw as Ramirez was covering, and Aiken ties the ball game up on this wild pitch. Trying to block it at the plate, hustling over there, trying to pitch it back to Ramirez. But Aiken able to get in there standing to tie it at 8. My, oh my, once one team surges, the other knows they have to come right back, and they've done it this time again. Aiken across and make it 8-8. So the bat continues for Robert Robinson. And he swings and strikes out. So he goes down on strikes. Sandoval, meanwhile, works his way over to third base. But he'll do so with 2 down. And coming to the plate now for the SIAC All-Stars, Joshua Medina, Benedict College first baseman. And he is there with the chance to give the SIAC All-Stars a lead. After Aiken ties it up at 8-8. Sandoval at third. The score sheet's just getting very ragged up here in the broadcast booth. So many players going in and out of this lineup. Medina, the junior from Ontario, California. Chance to give the SIAC All-Stars the lead. They've gone back and forth in terms of tying it over the first 6. Right now tied at 6 in the bottom of the 6, or at 8 in the bottom of the 6. Ramirez from the stretch rocks and fires, and that pitch over but low for a ball. Sandoval halfway up the line at third base, works his way back to the bag. That pitch higher in the zone and good for a strike from Ramirez. They worked the first pitch low in the zone, but changed the elevation here, got it right above the knees for strike 1. So it's 1-1 now with 2 down. Swung on and missed by Medina. Swung right through that fastball from Ramirez. Medina participated in the home run derby prior to the All-Star ball game. Got a couple of shots out, but not able to hang with Robinson as he chops one at the plate wide of first base. And Armando Jose Jackson, who eventually won it. Sandoval at third, looking to be picked up. Looking to pick up his SIAC All-Star team with a lead. Tied at 8-8. 1-2 to Medina. Here's the pitch. Off the plate for ball 2. As you might expect, it's an all-star day here for these 2 conferences. A lot of activities packed in with the Minority Baseball Prospects Final College Showdown during the day, and a foul tip at the plate as Medina stays alive, so we're a little bit off schedule in the start of the ball game. And this one has really been a slugfest, which has made it carry even a little bit longer, but the action has been packed throughout. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here on Minority Prospect TV. Sandoval slides up the line, hopping and clapping to divert the pitcher. This one swung on and missed. Nice change of pace there by Ramirez. Gives himself a chest pump there as he comes off the hill. And he keeps it at 8-8 as we go to the 7th inning. The SIAC All-Stars played a few here in the bottom of the 6th, and it's enough to tie it. We'll head into the 7th that way. More ahead on Minority Prospects TV. Head into the top of the seventh, still tied at 8 each. Good job by Andres Ramirez to avoid giving up a run here in the any more runs in that bottom of the sixth. Came off the field keeping it tied at 8 each. As the SIAC All-Stars pushed across 3 to cut it to get it to 8, but threatening to go ahead, but Ramirez able to shut it down on him right at the end of that half inning to make it 8-8. New pitcher on the mound now for the SIAC All-Stars, Darrell Johnson II. Miles College Jr. from the hill. Fires the first pitch high in the zone. They asked for some help down at the first base line, and no help given. That's a ball. Johnson, 6.24 ERA, 5-5 on the regular season. 62 innings of work for the junior. And in the course of that, work had 72 strikeouts. Fires here. This one over for a strike at the corner. Count to 1-1. He faces Mike Lewis, the freshman from Dillard University. The Blue Devil from Dillard. .316 batting average. Voted second team all HBCUAC for his work during the season. Swings at a fastball and comes up empty. And Johnson ahead in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Kyler Shepard on deck for the HBCUAC All-Stars. 1-2 delivery here. Chopped on foul. That's wide of the bag at first base. Friday evening of baseball. Glad you could join us for the coverage of the Final College Showdown. All-star matchup between the historically black College Athletic Conference and the Southern Intercollegiate Athletic Conference in all-star play here in Montgomery, Alabama. Change of pace on the curveball there, just missed as Johnson tried to lay it in. And count taking the 2-2. A lot of the faithfuls here don't agree with that call from behind the plate. They thought it landed just perfectly across the dish. 2-2. This one out to the second baseman, can't knock it down out of the air and out into right field on the base hit. Good job there by Lewis to stay with that pitch, and he's aboard in the top of the seventh with the base hit. Just got it out of the reach of the second baseman, who was ranging to his left toward first base. And Kyler Shepard now comes to the plate for the HBCU AC All-Star team. He'll come there with Lewis at first. And that'll force Johnson into the stretch. Showing bunt, squares, pulls the bat back, and can't get it on the exchange, and Lewis steals second base. Antoine Jackson having just a bit of a challenge getting that ball out of his mitt into the throwing glove. Seen that a couple of times behind the plate, and this time Lewis took advantage of it, and he's down at second. Shepard there. 1-0 count. Throw back to second, and they may have good throw there. Thought they had him on the pick back to second base. Trying to slide in right behind him. Sandoval was there. Good throw from Johnson on the mound. Johnson looking back that way again. This time to the plate with the pitch. Good curveball by him. Caught the inside corner. That'll make it 1-1. Shepard steps back out of the box to reassess now. Lewis gets a moderate lead at second base. Almost a pickoff victim a couple of throws ago. Johnson coming home with the pitch. This one fouled off right side by Shepard. One ball, 2 strikes on Shepard. On On deck for HBCUAC All-Stars, Elliott Shepard, the junior from Philander Smith College. Shepard is Kyler. Shepard is Elliott. Shepard at the plate. Johnson fires that way, threw it off the plate for a ball. And that'll make it 2-2. Lewis still dancing at second base. He got on board with a base hit, stole second. That's where he sits right now. Nobody out. And Kyler Shepard steps back in, count even at 2-2. Good looking pitch there from Johnson, but no call at the plate. That'll run it full at 3-2 now. SIAC All-Stars got 3 in the bottom of the 6th to pull it even at 8-8. And now at the top of the 7th, HBCUAC All-Stars. Oh, they got to throw down to second base, and Lewis slipped down. He was trying to get back on the walk of Shepard at the plate. And he was coming back to the bag, but he slipped. And the throw down from Jackson, they were able to nail him coming back to the bag. Wow, that was rare. He just slipped on the surface. So that's 1 down here in the top of the 7th. You don't see that usually on a base on balls there. But he was picked off. So Shepard's at first, and now Elliott Shepard steps in. Throw to the plate is off the plate as Jackson tries to snatch it back into the zone. Not able to do that. 2 balls, no strikes. Shepard, the DH in this all-star ball game. Johnson with Shepard at first, throw back over to first to drive him back. Kyler Ritchie, another Philander Smith Panther, on deck. His teammate Shepard's ahead in the count now. 2 balls, no strikes. Pitch there, swung on and missed. That'll take it to 2-1. Modest lead at first. Throw back over. And Shepard having to dive back in there. Got 1 out here after that pickoff of Lewis at second base. Throw back over the first. Trying to keep a double play in order if they can eke a ground ball out of Elliott Shepard. 2 balls, 1 strike. Pitch at the plate, swung on, fouled off toward the HBCUAC All-Star dugout. That'll make it 2-2. I think that may have gotten a piece of Jackson. So the umpire trying to give him just a moment by walking that baseball out to the mound to Johnson. Now everybody's set, including Jackson from behind the plate. 2-2. Elliott Shepard stepping back in. Johnson from the stretch delivers off the plate, and count goes to full. Kyler Shepard at first. Here's a full count pitch. Throw down to second base, shortstop side. I think they called strike 3 on Elliott Shepard. They did, so they get the strikeout there. So they were trying to do a strike him out, throw him out, but they didn't get Kyler Shepard at second base. They do record the out, so that's 2 down here in the top of the 7th. And back to the top of the order now with Kyler Ritchie stepping in. Johnson trying to keep things right where they are. Pitch there out to center field, tracking it. Center field throws up the glove, and the baseball parachutes right down into it for out number 3. So that ends the top half of the 7th inning. HBCUAC All-Stars threatening but not able to finish the deal. We head to the bottom half, still tied at 8. More All-Star baseball continues on Minority Prospects TV. And welcome back, everybody. We're live here at the Patterson Field. Final College Showdown, SIAC All-Stars versus the HBCUAC All-Stars. Bottom of the 7th, new pitcher on the hill now for the HBCUAC All-Stars. And that is Esteban Vaca. Vaca, first team All-HBCUAC player. 3.9 ERA, 7 wins, 1 loss on the season for him. Innings pitched 62 and a third innings pitch for the right-hander. And he will face Aaron Shavers coming in to start the bottom of the 7th for the SIAC All-Stars. Baca, first pitch, fastball. It's off either the chest protector or the face guard of the catcher. I think it may have gotten the umpire, as he takes off the face mask and takes a little stroll down the first base line. And then Baca takes the baseball and walks it out to the pitcher. The catcher takes and walks it out to the pitcher, Baca. So that fellowship amongst catchers and umpires and pitchers still remains as they give the umpire a chance to collect himself. Back to work. Baca fires. Good curveball by him, but it's high in the zone and ahead in the count now is Cheevers. Cheevers flew out his last time up. Takes a pitch high in the zone, and he's quickly ahead in the count, 3-0. Emery Stevens on deck. And that's ball 4. Everybody was looking, waiting to get a call from the umpire, but he never said anything. He probably halfway thought it was a strike the way that Cheevers was looking. But he takes the base on balls instead, and here comes Emory Stevens. Stevens with the only home run of the ball game, all the way back to the second inning where he hit that home run to give the SIAC All-Stars his first score of the ball game. And now we're tied at 8 in the bottom of the 7th. Bunt there, good one there at the plate. Only play is at first base. They throw it high, but it comes down, and the catch is made there by Del Villar at first. And down to second base goes Cheevers. So good sacrifice there by Emory Stevens to push the runner down to second. One down, bottom of the 7th. Ryan Campbell set to step back into the box now for the SIAC All-Stars. Cheevers down at second base. Baca pitch out, nobody moving there, and that's a ball. Johnny Lyons on deck for the SIAC All-Stars. Ryan Campbell, the senior from Kentucky State, swings and fouls one off left side. Eight your score, bottom of the 7th inning. Esteban Baca peering in. Good curveball by him, finds the plate for a strike. He's ahead in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes now. 1 down, and the pitch swung on and missed. Good pitch on the inside, and it retires Campbell for the strikeout. So 2 down, bottom of the 7th. Cheevers remains at second base. Got Johnny Lyons to the plate now to try to see if he can't plate him to give a lead to the SIAC All-Stars. A couple of strikeouts for Lyons in this ball game. Baca with the pitch. This one's off the plate. Starts Lyons off with the ball. Half swing there by Lyons. I think he fouled that ball off. Real sure. Got to wait to get an official indication from that. Something misdirected that ball toward the backstop. Now they said it was just a straight ball, so 2 balls, no strikes. Baca off the plate with that pitch, and quickly ahead is Lyons in the count, 3-0. Taking all the way here, likely. Baca to the plate and delivers ball 4. Well, we had it at 3-0, but I guess it's 3-1. Strike was called in there somewhere. Not that last pitch, likely the one that we thought was a foul ball that we didn't get a call on. So the count at 3-1 now. Cheevers remains at second base. Baca to the plate, and that is ball 4. I'm going to come back here. I think he may have called that a strike. Let's see. Yeah. I don't know if this umpire is getting tired or just what, but he's not making any more calls back there. It was a called strike. It just didn't show it anywhere, and the count goes to full at 3-2. Wow. No indication shown at all from the umpire that was a strike, and headed down to first base was Lyons, assuming it was a ball. 3-2, and that pitch is called a ball. And so Lyons does draw the walk. Strange set of events there, but there are 2 aboard now with Cheevers at second base. He got there on a base on balls, and now Lyons the same. He's at first. And that'll bring up Antoine Jackson. Jackson's had some struggles behind the plate, been beat up a little bit behind there. And last couple of opportunities to throw runners out, not able to make that transition, but he did recover and he threw one man out afterwards. So it's like he's used to during the course of the regular season. You play with it as it comes. And he steps out and takes a time out here. Jackson from Miles College, Chicago, Illinois native. Takes a pitch there from Baca, which is off the plate for a ball. We're in the bottom of the seventh, tied at 8 each, 2 out for the SIAC All-Stars with 2 runners aboard. Baca trying to shut the door right there. This one swung on and missed. Home run cut there. But coming up empty is Jackson. Count at 1-1. Baca looking to the run. Achievers at second. Curveball there. Count the corner for a strike. Bobbled from behind the plate by the catcher. But it was a strike, and the count goes to 1-2 now. See what Baca dials up here. 2 down, 1-2, 2 runners aboard. Here's the pitch. That one off the plate to take it to 2-2. That's Kobe Wimberly behind the plate catching for HBCU All-Stars. And this one out the left field, but tracking it right in his tracks and making the catch out there. Easily done there by Ford out and left. And that retires the threat by the SIAC All-Stars in the bottom of the second. They leave 2 stranded, and we head to the 8th, tied at 8. More baseball ahead at the All-Star matchup in the Final College Showdown presented by Minority Baseball Prospects in the city of Montgomery, Alabama. Stay with us. The 8th inning coming your way on Minority Prospect TV. Back live here at the Final College Showdown. We head to the 8th inning, which will be our last inning of play. Because these All-Star games in these showdowns are premised on the inventory of pitchers. And this is exactly where we are as it relates to the remaining pitchers for both squads. So this will, in effect, be our last inning of this All-Star matchup. So on the mound for the SIAC All-Stars, Darrell Johnson. He's the final one through the chute, and he finished the last inning. Shoots one out there to center field off of the bat of Ethan Farrell, but that's right in the tracks is the center fielder Akins for the out there number 1 here in the top of the 8th. So one down in our final frame of All-Star Baseball as Johnson celebrates that first pitch out. And it looks like what they're going to do is the final one through the chute was Elijah Barney. And Barney will be the one to close things out here in this final frame. So Barney, the sophomore from Miles College, set to finish things up. Johnson gave him a good start here in the 8th with that line out by Ethan Farrell. So we'll see. Looks like it's going to be Sincere Ford who made a good play out there in the outfield to come to the plate. Tied at 8 each. So everybody will be working to see if they can at least get a run in their frame here in this 8th inning, which is the last. Already a third of the way through it here for the HBCU All-Stars, AC All-Stars, with that line out by Farrell into center field. As Barney takes his last warm-up tosses, the sophomore from Miles College. 2-1 on the regular season. Only worked a 17 in the 3rd innings during the course of the regular season for the Golden Bears. Sophomore from Gulfport, Mississippi. 12 strikeouts on the campaign. He'll be coming in here to close things out. Already spotted one down here in the 8th. And to the plate for the HBCUAC All-Stars, Sincere Ford, a Columbus, Georgia native. So we've gone through the catalog of pitchers for this All-Star game, and Ford swings at the first pitch and fouls it off right side. So Barney ahead in the count 0-1. He rocks and fires. Curveball swatted on the ground, but into the HBCUAC dugout. So Ford down in the count 0-2. And Barney, the sophomore, ready to go right back to work. Tied at 8 in the 8th. And the pitch. Tied him up on the inside. It got away. I think they say it hit him. The umpires can't get together on it. They throw it down to first base, but I think the umpire said that Ford was hit with the pitch. And Ford is indicating to the first base umpire that it got him on the right elbow. So he will be at first on the hit by pitch. And the strangeness of this baseball game continues as the umpire called it a hit by pitch, but everybody reacting as though it wasn't. Certainly all of the SIAC All-Star players, the catcher Antoine Jackson and the pitcher Elijah Barney, saying that that was the case, that he wasn't hit. But at any rate, down to first base is Ford. So they got a runner aboard with one down. And Jonathan Phillips at the plate now for HBCUAC All-Stars. They know this is their final frame. They'd love to push one across here to put pressure on the SIAC All-Stars in their bottom half of the 8th. Going on the pitch is Ford. Throw down to second base is offline, and stealing second base is Ford. So they quickly put him in the scoring position. That's what the coaches want to do. Kirby Marshall. They send him quickly on the pitch, and Ford just did the rest. Stole that off the pitcher. And a throw high down to second. No chance of getting him. So one down, Ford at second. 1-1 count to the batter, Phillips. To the plate. And a call strike at the corner. Good job of framing that pitch by Jackson behind the plate for the SIAC All-Stars. Exhausted pitchers on both rotations and both lineups, so this is the final inning of the ball game. Throw down to second base, but back easily is Ford. One down here in the top of the eighth. Sincere Ford was hit by a pitch to get down to first, stole second base. Now Phillips trying to see if he can push him across home. Barney with the pitch, curveball. Nice pitch. No call there. Count at 2-2. Ford at second. We'll see if they dare send him to third if he can get a pitch he can run on. Barney looks back that way. Now to the plate. Another curveball there. Good one there. Called strike 3. Good pitch there by Barney at the corner. He just tied up Phillips. And Phillips goes down looking. So that'll bring up Avery Spriggs. Spriggs and Ivan Del Villar switching spots in that lineup back and forth in terms of alternating at the plate. This time it's Avery Spriggs with 2 down in the top half of the 8th. We're tied at 8 each. Again, we'll reiterate that this is the final inning of the ball game. Throw back to second base. He chase Ford back. Keep him close at second. A lot of these players in this all-star ball game, knowing this may be their final collegiate baseball play. Some of the seniors out there. Barney with the pitch. Curveball missed on the plate. 4 ball. 2 down, top of the 8th inning. Down at second base is Ford. Spriggs trying to give him a ride home. Barney, quick leg kick, pitch. Fouls out to right field, giving chase with it. Medina tried to make the over just shoulder catch, not able to do it. And able to dive home all the way from second base is Sincere Ford. Medina knew what he had to do there. The only opportunity they had was to try to catch that ball in flight to prevent Ford from scoring. Sincere Ford had already taken off at the crack of that bat, recognizing where that ball was in flight, headed down the right field line, but short of the right fielder and behind first base, and a good job of base running by him. And Ford scores from second base, and the HBCUAC All-Stars take a 9-8 lead here in the top of the 8th. My, oh, my. It'll be ruled a base hit there by Spriggs. And with the speed of Ford, he took advantage of it from second base on the little blooper behind first base. This one shot out across the diamond, and they retire the batter there. On the swing out was John Rowland. Rowland grounded out on the left side of the infield. But he does that after the damage is done by Sincere Ford and the work by Avery Spriggs. Ford got on a hit by a pitch, and he was able to steal second and got home on the fly ball that landed for a base hit by Spriggs. So we head to the bottom half of the 8th. Last chance for the All-Stars from the SIAC. HBCUAC All-Stars notch a run here in the top of the 8th. They lead at 9-8. We'll see what the SIAC All-Stars can do in their final frame. Stay with us. This is Minority Prospect TV. Back live here in the bottom of the eighth. Last frame for the All-Stars of the SIAC. If they are to win this game, they're going to have to push two across here as the All-Stars for the HBCUAC conference got a run here in the top of the eighth. They lead at 9-8. So drama abound, and this one going right down to the finish on two evenly matched teams. We talked about that in the pregame, that we thought there would be a lot of runs in this ball game by virtue of the hitting ability of so many people in these various lineups. And that's what it's really come down to. And for the All-Stars of the SIAC, they send up Deshaun Rogers to start the bottom half of the eighth. And on the mound, Baca fires a pitch down at the knees for a strike. That'll make it 2-2 on the count. So Baca trying to close the door for the HBCUAC All-Star team. Fires and pitch there at the knees, but it's in tight for ball. So that'll make it full at 3-2. Chopped on roller to the third base side. The shortstop fields across the diamond, threw it wild, and aboard at first base and turning there, trying to get towards second was Rogers, but he slipped on the surface, but he will be aboard at first base. So the bottom half of the eighth starts with Rogers getting aboard on a single. Had an opportunity, had he not slipped, to get down to second base, but he tried to make the turn and slid on the grass. And coming to the plate now for the SIAC All-Stars, Jabari Johnson. Johnson, the junior from Tuskegee University, looks at a first pitch off the plate for ball. Baca to the plate. This one in tight and called a strike. Count to 1-1. Rogers at first. 1-1 delivery. Johnson holding off on a fastball. And the count to 2-1. 9-8 lead for the HBCUAC All-Star team. That pitch off the plate. And the count to 3-1. Rogers holding steady at first. Don't want to take a chance of him getting picked off. This one swung on and missed. Nice change of pace on the pitch by Baca. That had Johnson way off stride. Count full at 3-2. That pitch is off the plate, ball 4. And now you got runners at first and second. And coming to the plate, Jalen Johnson. And the drama just continues to build here. Jalen Johnson, the senior, chance to be a hero here. If he can drive in one run to tie it with nobody out. Baca with the pitch, he squares. Johnson does, takes the first pitch over for a strike. And beg your pardon, on the mound now for HBCU All-Stars is Michael Black. Black, the last one in their rotation. Everybody standing here at each dugout, some even on top of the roof. SIAC players are. That pitch got away from the catcher, but nobody able to advance. So Michael Black, the senior from Southern University at New Orleans, first team All HBCUAC player on the mound now. 21 innings pitched by him during the course of the regular season. To the plate, squaring with the bunt. They got it down right in front of the mound. They try to go to third base. They miss him there. So safe at third is Rogers, and everybody else is safe as well. So Rogers was moving on the bunt, got in before the baseball got there. And Jabari Johnson pushed his way down to second base, and Jalen Johnson able to beat it out at first. So they were trying to get that lead runner at third rather than taking the sure out at first base. And instead now the bases are loaded, and coming to the plate now for the SIAC All-Stars, stepping in there is Tyler Tucker. Tucker got a big hit his last time up. He can be a big hero here now if he can put something out there deep in center field and find the gap. Tucker doubled his last time up as they put 3 across in the 5th, the SIAC All-Stars do. And it's one-on-one here with Black. Here's the pitch to the plate. That one's off the plate. Got away there from the catcher. 1 run will score. That'll tie it at 8 as Rogers comes across. And now the same result, a wild pitch, can give the win to the SIAC All-Stars. So everybody moved up, and down at second base now is Johnson, or at third is Johnson. Down to second goes the other Johnson, Jabari and Jalen. And now Tyler Tucker's base hit could be the game winner. Everybody tight on the infield. Count at 1-1. Black from the stretch, readies. Fires. Tucker ready. Pitch swung on, lifted, but foul and out of play right side. That'll keep it at 1-2. Jabari Johnson at third. Jalen Johnson at second. 1-2 for Tyler Tucker. Doubled his last time. Wants to be the hero here. Tied at 9. There's the pitch lifted out to right field in foul territory, giving chase, and the catch made over the shoulder by Del Villar. And he fires a strike to the plate at home, knowing exactly where he had to throw that baseball after the over-the-shoulder catch in foul ground territory. Nice defensive effort there by the first baseman. Del Villar showing exactly why he's first team All HBCU AC conference player. So now, with only 1 out, another meeting at the mound by the HBCUAC infield. Tucker flew out with a nice over-the-shoulder catch by Del Villar at first base. And that'll bring up, we'll see who's batting for the SIAC All-Stars. I think it's going to be Shivers. Shivers in the lineup, scheduled to bat. And now the HBCU All-Stars are going to go with their final pitcher of the afternoon or the evening. And that's John Rowland Sr., the sophomore. So Rowland will take his warm-up tosses. And that's everybody has had a chance on the hill now for both squads. John Rowland, a position player as well for the HBCUAC team. Big with the bat in this ball game. Came up with a big double in the 3rd to plate a couple of runs for the HBCUAC All-Star team. And this one certainly coming down to the wire. 1 down in the bottom of the 8th. 9-9 your score. couple of runners aboard for the SIAC All-Star team. At third is Jabari Johnson. At second, Jalen Johnson. We'll wait to see who's coming to the plate. Right now, Johan Sandoval has a bat in his hands, but he'll be preceded at the plate by Jaquez Akins. Akins can be a hero here with a base hit. Roland gets set from the stretch. First pitch on the corner, but low for a ball. Runners at second and first for the SIAC All-Stars. And the pitch. Inside corner for a strike from Roland. One down. SIAC All-Stars with a chance to win it here with a base hit. Roland with the 1-1 from the stretch. Pitch, swung on, lifted out the left field. That'll get down for a base hit, and that'll do it. Yeah, that one got behind the left fielder, and the SIAC All-Stars are able to just walk it off with the shot out the left field by Jaquez Akins. And Akins got it deep enough, and they were playing shallow, anticipating a throw to the plate on a catch in front of them, but they will not have that opportunity. Akins drove it deep in the left field, and that plates Johnson from third. And the SIAC All-Star team, they celebrate out at Patterson Field, trying to get that ice bucket thrown on somebody down there. Looked like they're trying to get Jaquez Akins. And Akins, the star of the night, Akins able to drive it deep enough behind the left fielder, got it on some grass. And it's a 10-9 win for the SIAC All-Stars over the HBCU All-Stars in this all-star matchup here from Patterson Field. So a good battle by both teams, back and forth. HBCUAC got the first two of the ball game, and they took a lead 4-0, and then finally the SIAC All-Stars finally scored in that second, bottom of the second. Then they got 4 in the third. They went on and got 3 in the sixth, and they pick up 2 here in the eighth. And that's enough for them to win it 9-8 or 10-8 or 10-9, that is, over the HBCUAC All-Star team. Great all-star ball game, first of its kind in terms of the format for minority baseball prospects. And it turned out well, and it turned into a tremendous ball game, a gem for both teams and both conferences in terms of the quality of play. We thought that was going to be the story as it relates to these teams coming into this all-star matchup, and it played out that way as the SIAC All-Stars able to catch up in this ball game, and they take it into the eighth, and they win it 10-9 over the HBCUAC All-Star team. Just trying to get a look now in terms of selection of the MVP of this all-star ball game. So we're trying to settle on the MVP for this all-star ball game. Likely going to fall into the hands. It's so even in terms of the play of so many players on these rosters. The only thing that makes the difference is that last hit out to left field by Jaquez Akins. And Akins with a single in the sixth inning, and that game-winning single out into left field. He'll be the MVP of this all-star game as the SIAC All-Stars are able to come from behind and win it 10-9 over a scrappy bunch in the HBCUAC All-Star team. And they come up a little short, so the SIAC All-Stars win it 10-9 over the HBCUAC All-Stars. Jaquez Akins named the MVP. So many MVPs we can name as a part of our coverage, including our entire production team, Roy Evans, our director and producer, and to our camera crew for doing such a wonderful job. And we certainly thank you for spending the time on your Friday evening to help support these young men who are budding prospects as it relates to baseball play, a lot of them finishing up their collegiate careers. But as all of them gather there at a shot of the entirety of both teams there in front of home plate, good show of camaraderie there as these teams at the end recognize that it was all about the sportsmanship and an opportunity for them to be rewarded for the great work that they did during the regular season to be voted to these all-star teams. But at the end, it's the SIAC All-Stars with a 10-9 win over the All-Stars of the HBCUAC Conference. So that'll do it for our coverage. On behalf of all of the folks at Minority Baseball Prospects, and a special thank you to the city of Montgomery, particular thanks to Shannon Herford on the Parks and Recreation Department for joining us up here in the booth, and to the mayor, Stephen Reed, for the support of Minority Baseball Prospects. Charles Ward saying thanks so much for joining us. And we'll see you right back here next year for the All-Star Ball Game. Minority Baseball Prospects. Thanks for watching. This has been a production of Minority Prospect TV.